Yeah, you're more flexible than I am. Come here.
Yes, sir.
Plug that in somewhere down there. I think there might be power up underneath the podium.
There is.
Got
And
power
up-
there.
up there, I
There's.
thought.
It's right in here, Tyler.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I see.
I might have to go flag the tech
Oh, I
person
gotta
down
plug in
another
the
HDMI.
surge protector. Gotcha.
Shit, I can't believe I carry it in my other bag. I don't think we have it here, but let me.
Yeah, I'll throw an HDMI in my camera bag to ensure that.
Yeah, so what we're doing this here, just because we don't have a second laptop on us, is we're running it through the HDMI splitter. Well, that's our plan anyway. Here.
Okay, that theoretically should work.
Look at it, no.
It's on the zip tie.
Cool. Cool.
All my other bag.
Could you maybe find that tech girl and try to see if we can? She was the one we were talking to.
Yes.
See if she has a second HDMI cable laying around.
And like I said, we do have it on the flash drive though.
Because I can pick some up for tomorrow if we can borrow one from her now.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Well, we get here early.
Alright, you see the screen, Bubba?
Shane, did you mention a last name? So I could like maybe find her office on one of the flat cards?
No last name. I just had Ariana for her.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look in this other classroom, see if there's an HDMI over there.
Yeah, they might. Who's tall? What man is tall?
I don't think it's all the way in on this side.
Checking on it.
Hey, you're tall. Can you put some?
Yes, I can.
It goes right in the little thingy. Perfect. Thank you. We got one more, so don't worry. Oh, I'm trying to bother you. Love it.
Control key, there you go. Tyler,
There
wipe
we go.
yourself up for a sec.
Test.
You got it there, man?
Test.
Alright. So that's camera number 1. That's Tyler's cam camera.
I'll walk around. You can see me. Hello.
Yeah.
Business.
Tyler's gonna be tight.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on mic the whole time.
And then this is Brad's camera. So you're on live there.
I was waving to Matt.
Control cam is needed. And then this is the wide cover.
They do, but it's connected.
Test.
Yeah, I know we wanted to come back, but you know, COVID.
Oh. Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
oh, hey, good morning.
Oh, okay. I gotta go.
Hope you don't mind that we're leaving.
As long as it doesn't exit the campus, I don't care.
I moved 3 chairs to our other room, but I know exactly how to move it.
No, you, that actually they went there.
Okay.
We used those yesterday. You're plugged into this. Because he's currently stealing my system right now.
Yeah, I'm carrying your system.
It's okay, I'll allow it.
I'm stealing your system.
Yeah.
You gotta turn it upside down.
Do I?
Yeah.
This one's weird. This one's weird.
Yeah, they usually on
Yeah,
the
right?
He's got it. Yeah, usually on the laptops they require some
Yeah, you said
pivot.
in or
Should I
out?
turn this off? Save battery.
In or
Are you
out?
good?
Guys, in or out?
Okay.
Input.
I went in.
Okay.
Perfect.
Is this rechargeable or
Yes. Yeah.
kind of cool? All right, June 22, 2022. It is, yeah, 6/22. 7:30 in the morning, University of Central Florida, Rosen School of Hospitality. How we sounding?
It sounds good.
All right,
I got you.
okay.
Yeah, so
to see it in, which tends to comment.
All right, we're
Do a
just
little
gonna
work
tuck
and be
this.
right back.
Yeah, no problem. He's running to the restroom.
How big of a town?
On this one? Oh, gosh. These don't have a 30-minute cutoff, do they? Just the A7 does. Cool, yeah, just keep an eye on it. Which you'll be panning, so you'll have to keep an eye on the screen anyway. So, and it'll tell you. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do too crazy much.
That was 2020, so. Yeah. And so,
Just like these kind of throw stuff in and say something and then like quickly go back over here. So.
All right, tuck that away in your pocket. Perfect. You can hide the cord in there as well. And then you just clip that on the inside. You got suspenders, so you can clip them right there if you want to.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so. Shay, I'm gonna have him test it. He has suspenders. He has suspenders.
Underneath my jacket?
You want it on the jacket? That's why I was.
I'm gonna put it on my tie.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
I'm putting it on my tie.
no, you were just like this. Yeah, we're all too wet to school. Weirdest thing you get in person. Holy crap, you orient your Z-axis.
All right.
All right,
Y'all ready to go to work?
we are. We got 5 minutes.
Did I say good morning to you?
Yes, you did.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys tell me what the Wi-Fi is here?
There's a guest Wi-Fi.
You have speed guest?
Yes.
Or UCF?
UCF guest, yes. I like your tie.
Thank you.
Very
Appreciate.
on theme.
Thank you. Like it, huh?
I do.
I have a theory about ties.
Okay.
They should walk into the room before the person does.
Okay.
You get that?
Not really. Not a
The
tie.
tie should make such a wonderful impression. It pops
I like that.
before you meet the person.
I like that.
I don't even know where I heard that.
I didn't drive, but I was like, you said someone had already got a parking ticket? No. Oh, a ticket.
How many people are we missing?
2.
2. One called and said he had a client in town, whine, just, it was terrible, the whining. I had to get some Kleenex out. Did you see that email?
No.
He's from, I don't know, from JLL. It might be one of our Orlando guys. He had a client in town, very important client.
Oh, I think
So how many are here right now?
25.
We got 25 here?
I can forward you the email
to the slide deck.
This is a big turnout.
25 is the number we like. We actually have 27, but 25 is our.
So, do you live in Louisiana or you living here?
Oh no, I moved from. In 1968, I left Louisiana.
So you live here in Florida?
Lived in Orlando. Lottie and the boys and I moved here.
Okay.
1989.
Okay.
What is that? 32 years ago.
32 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time.
1989.
Yes, sir.
So when I sold my firm to CB, I was in 81. Where were you in 81?
I was one.
One.
I was a diaper, sir.
August 31st, 1981, I sold Michael Lipsy and Associates, which was in New Orleans, to CB. And it became CB, actually then it was Coldwell Banker.
Coldwell Banker, that's right.
Michael Lipsy.
That's right.
My regional vice president was a guy named Jim Didion, who was in Houston in the Galleria office.
Yeah.
You remember that Galleria office? You come right off on the 610,
It's right
boom,
there on
right
West,
there.
It was right there on West Time.
That little 3 or 4 story building at the Loop and
Yes, sir. Westheimer. Actually, I'm going to hit the restroom. Is it right over here?
right out there.
Thank you, Mike.
And then, UCF guest is the Wi-Fi.
Did y'all know this is Jennifer? Did y'all see Jennifer?
Jennifer?
Thank you so much, Jennifer.
And Sophia over here.
Affectionately referred to as admin at LipsyGo.com.
Yeah, that's me. Out of the office, I got 3 out of the office replies from some people in here. Trying to bring that up.
I don't do automatic replies, never. Looks like you're taking time off.
Great, we can't let them see you have a life.
That's right. You're serious. That's my generation, though. If you're serious about this business, guess what? You're
don't get one?
You're 911.
Okay.
Well, so let's say I've listed my office Let's say I've listed my office building with you, and it's got a lot of vacancy, and
I don't know if
I'm
you
having
guys
trouble
put
paying the
work
debt
on
service.
vacation.
And I reach out to my broker to find out what's going on. I'm really concerned. My bank's been calling me.
That's fair.
And I get an automatic reply, I'm out of the office for a week. So that means my office building that no longer can cover debt service, the guy that's doing the leasing for me, I don't know where he is.
Yeah.
So when you say, I'm the guy to the guy to lease your building, sell your building, help you find space, and you get these automatic replies, it doesn't even need to say automatic. It can just be an email that you don't see for a day. But the automatic reply in my mind tells the client, your project's on hold.
Right.
I'm not working on it. It's off the market this week.
Gotcha.
So-
that makes sense. That makes sense.
So if let's say you're into sales and marketing, you're in sales and marketing all the time. And the one thing you want your client to be able to say, I love your response time. Whew. I reach out to you, you get right back to me, I love it, I know exactly where I am all the time, even though the news isn't positive, I know where I am. That's what they want. And so that is, the kind of the commitment you got to make. But it's almost 8:30. Tim, it's Daytona 500. It's Rolex 24 hours. It's Le Mans.
Anybody ever heard him talk about the Lipsy Company as a Swiss railroad? Does anybody know what a Swiss railroad is known for? Like all the trades in Europe? Like, you can set your watch by it. So, I'm chatting Kathy, so I get in trouble. So, anyway, welcome everybody to the 2022 Lipsy School of Real Estate. My name is Tim Rios. I have had the privilege of working with the Lipsy team for the last 5 years. I'll tell you a little bit more about when I'm up later. I don't want to give you a tremendous amount of background. However, this month is my 27th year anniversary in commercial real estate. And I love this business. I can't imagine doing anything else. I'm totally biased. I might have been a good professional. I don't know what I would have been good at, but I've never done anything else. So absolutely love this business. And did my first Lipsy school 5 years ago. And that's just something really quick I wanted to share with you, how my perspective has changed on this setting over the years. When I first came here in what became the System for Success 5.0, I was given a set of topics, I did my thing, it was great, I really enjoyed it. 5 years later, I realized how this comes together. And how it comes together is, I don't say this in any way to try to brag or anything of that. I don't like arrogance, but we get to work with the best and the brightest all over the world. And we bring that here. And if we don't have it, we bring somebody else in that does have it. So we have a lineup of speakers that's the best that I've seen in the last 5 years. So proud of the people that we've brought in that bring expertise, because we know we don't know everything. And so if you need that expertise, if we can help it to you, we want to bring it here. But there's 3 components to our business. There's coaching, consulting, and training. And we get to field test this stuff, and we get to hear what the best are doing out there, and that's what you're going to get the benefit of. We're also adding a really cool component, some of which.
Clip this mic. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Do you want? Where do you want me to put this? Just down.
Up top.
Up here?
Yep.
Look at that. I look official, right? Yeah, that'll be better for the audio. We're going to do more of a fundamentals piece, and I'm actually going to be out of the room quite a bit because I'm green screening a lot of it. But Mike took a look at some of the topics and he said, you know, how often do you work with seniors on this? Or how often do you work with people at mid-level that haven't ever done this right? And I said, well, I guess you're right. So we're bringing some good fundamental information to this as well. What I would encourage you to do, and what I feel like I've learned about change over the years, is that I hope when these 3 days are over, you have pages and pages of notes of things that you want to do differently in your business. But what I've learned is that if you try to do too much at once, you'll end up doing none of it. So keep those notes, keep them in a safe place, but when you leave here on Friday, I want you to leave with a commitment to do one thing differently. And do that for the next 30 days. And then after that, do another thing and another thing. The way I look at skill development in this business is it's not a revolution, it's evolution. And it's really easy to overestimate what you can do in a short period of time and grossly underestimate what you can do over the long haul if you're consistent and committed. So this is an open forum. Feel free to ask questions at any time. If there's something that we need to spend more time on, by all means, please do not hesitate. First up this morning is a man who truly needs no introduction. I don't know, Mike, how many hotel nights? You have a jar of card keys from hotels, don't you? 3 of them. 3 of them with thousands and thousands and thousands of hotel keys, because this man now for darn near 40 years has been on the road working with the best and the brightest. I am always amazed when I go to a market and somebody will come up that clearly has been in the business for a long time and will say, Mike, you were my first trainer way back in, should I even talk
80s,
about yours, Mike?
80s,
Yeah.
70s.
Most of your CCIMs in the 80s probably went through Mike and his training. He has trained so many people, and I was pursuing a consulting opportunity a couple years ago, and it was kind of a funny, just to tell you how this man has touched so many lives around the world. I was pursuing a consulting assignment, and it was going pretty well. And so Mike said, hey, Tim, what's in your pipeline? What are you working on? And I told him, and he said, hey, who's the manager there? And I mentioned the name, and he goes, oh, I gave him his first job in real estate out of Tulane back in 1979. I closed the deal the next day. So that's Mike Lipsey. And then, of course, I think you also met Jennifer and Sophia, our team, without whom this would not come together because we can't do it. So really quickly, I'd love for you to give a round of applause to those 2 wonderful ladies for all the work they've done. But without further ado, updated and fresh for 2022, Michael J. Lipsey.
Thank you, Tim. So who have I had the pleasure of working with before? Who have I met before? I met you in Denver years ago, 9, 10 years ago. You make it less?
Well, I've met you two, 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
think.
All pleasant?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure they were pleasant. Who else have I met before? Where I saw at a KW event?
In the desert, I think.
Oh, You mean February 2020?
Was it 20? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was the last major event I did that year. I did, right, Jennifer? It was on a Wednesday that we did a huge event, 200-300 people there. Your president, who I won't mention because we're on video, says, sure, it's okay to shake hands. I spoke with the CD, remember? We didn't know what was about ready to happen, but I'm washing my hands like every 15 minutes. I do a program in Dallas on Thursday and Friday, fly home Friday afternoon, and didn't go back to the airport for a year. And I travel 200 days a year. So yeah, I remember that event. Who else have I? Nathan? How long ago did we meet in Atlanta?
It was, I think about 5 years ago in Atlanta.
Yeah.
At a KW event.
Oh, really? Still with KW?
No, sir.
Who are you with now?
Local broker, Kelly Realtors in Waco, Texas.
Waco?
Waco.
Waco. Wasn't I just in Waco? No, I've got one.
Oh, you've got one?
Yeah, wasn't I just in Waco?
You didn't call?
Lubbock. I was in Lubbock.
Oh,
Lubbock.
big difference.
Waco. Waco is between, don't tell me, between Dallas and San Antonio.
Technically, that's correct.
You kind of go right through it.
You do.
Yeah, my wife in 2018 talked me into going to the plantation or whatever the hell that thing is. Yeah, Magnolia.
You didn't like it?
I wouldn't go back. Well, I didn't even go. It was so hot. Waco gets hot. It was hot. There's a Marriott Courtyard right down the street. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Right down the street from, what'd you call the place?
Magnolia.
Magnolia. Y'all heard the Magnolia? They got the Magnolia channel now, which they've done a fabulous job, but I didn't go. And there's a little trolley that comes around and picks people up, but it's very nice.
Cupcakes, fixer-upper.
Yeah. Who else have I worked with before? All right, let's get going. First topic up is the business development machine. Then I'm going to do selling by phone, and then I'm going to talk about, here's how I was going to phrase it this morning when I was driving over here. Well, it's going to be a best practice which is going to help you win a ton of business. But let's do the business development machine first. Should I have said what's the difference between cold calling and prospecting, or what's the difference in cold calling and prospecting? What do you think I should have, grammatically, which way should it be said? Or does it really matter? Well, then let me ask you this, whether it's in or between, what is the difference between cold calling and prospecting? Anyone? What's the difference?
In my opinion, cold calling, you're just obviously by name, you're just calling people that you don't know.
Yeah.
But prospecting, you're actually trying to build a relationship to, make that beneficial for both parties long term.
Did y'all hear that? So, Jennifer, I think we were doing a webinar, because we did a ton of webinars in 2020 and first part of 21. And it was like October of 2020. And I could tell it was a younger broker. He says, Mike, what's the difference between cold calling and prospecting? That's where this comes from. That's the genesis. And the reason I encourage all of you to stop us frequently and ask lots of questions, it really makes it more enjoyable for us, the presenter, as much as it does for you, because you're able to ask the question. And I said, what a fabulous question. I've got to think about that for a second. And I said, here's the difference. Cold calling is the random working off of a phone list, just hoping statistically something works out. And I will tell you, I have met particularly tenant rep brokers that are in the Northeast that are really very good at cold calling and have made a fortune at cold calling. But understand, many of us suffer from call reluctance. And when you suffer from call reluctance, cold calling isn't one of the favorite things that you like to do. Let's just be honest. But there are some that just in their DNA, they have a very high threshold to embarrassment. And I've said this 1,000 times, there is a wonderful relationship between success and threshold to embarrassment. You give me someone that has a high threshold to embarrassment that just doesn't know the difference between discount rate and cap rate, they'll make a fortune. I mean, because they're very good on the phone. That's cold calling. Prospecting, Houston's exactly right. That's the thoughtful, who should I call? What should I do before I call them? What's the purpose of the call? Little research goes into it. And then it sounds like a sincere phone conversation that you want to have with the prospect. And two of the most important ingredients in a successful call is rapport and momentum. First, you've got to get the person to enjoy visiting with you by phone. And some of you just have that natural talent that you can do it almost immediately. So that's rapport. And then second, you have this natural GPS that helps you develop momentum. Momentum to a listing, momentum to a tenant rep assignment, momentum to an opportunity, right? But do you understand the first ingredient is rapport? There is no rapport, there is no momentum without rapport. You got to have rapport first. And then you got to be able to move to momentum. We'll talk about all that, particularly when I get into selling by phone. So to me, prospecting is what we prefer to train or teach. And we don't do any teaching here. We think of training, and the big difference in my mind between teaching and training is you leave with systems and skills that you can put into practice, where teaching is you get sort of theory about how things should be done. That's not what we do here. We're going to give you real tools that you can apply. I love it when I get y'all's emails and it says, Mike, that thing you gave me on listings really helped me win a nice listing, or that thing you gave me on tenant rep helped us win tenant rep. Tim's going to do a wonderful piece in a couple of days on handling objections. You're going to use that immediately. I mean, you're going to use it on the next phone call that you have as soon as Tim gets finished with you. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we like to do. One of my favorite clients is a firm in Shreveport, Louisiana. Any of y'all from Shreveport? No? Now, the good news about what I'm doing when I blow my nose, it's like it never happened, right, Jennifer? She just edits it right out. You never know you're so articulate until Jennifer edits your video. You're thinking, man, that was pretty smooth, because you forgot about all the ums and ahs that you had in there. So one of my favorite clients is Vintage Realty in Shreveport, Louisiana. Alvin Childs is the chairman. He's probably about my age. And I'm doing their retreat in 2019. Who's pretty good with geography here? So Shreveport, Louisiana. Can you visualize where that is? South Louisiana or North Louisiana?
South Louisiana.
North Louisiana. No, you go any further north, you're almost in Arkansas.
That's right.
All right, so far so good? Now that's all right. They have the retreat that I do for them every year at the Shreveport Yacht Club. So anyone that knows geography, you're thinking what? If I say it was at the Shreveport Yacht Club. Well, what body of water is in Shreveport, right? But they do have a little, you did it at the Yacht Club? It's like a pond, or it's like a big lake, I guess. It's a size, I know, I tend to exaggerate. It's a big lake, but it's the Yacht Club, and they have a lot of fun, and they put their boats there. So we're at this Yacht Club doing their annual retreat, and it's at the very end, and I'm anxious to get in the car and go to my next assignment, which I think was in Dallas. And Alvin says, Mike, before you leave, you travel all the time, 180, 200 days a year. Tell me something that you've observed that you would like to share with us. I said, Alvin, I'm not an economist. I don't make those kinds of observations. I'm more of a plumber. You know, I go to a guy's office or a gal's office and I see how they're winning listings, and I take that to the next market and share that with them. So I'm sort of an amalgamator. He says, come on, man, you make observations. He says, in all your travels, what have you observed since we saw you last year? I said, I'm going to tell you. There's this younger generation that has come into our business that is putting up record numbers that we never saw by a generation from 10 years ago. It's unbelievable. And I said, I travel and I see these brokers in their 20s and in their 30s putting up it's just really huge numbers. And the reason is they have figured out how to avoid business development, transaction management, that they have created a practice that it runs a parallel campaign at all times. That while they're doing transaction management, it's not either or, they're also doing business development. And they have learned how to use their database and social media and their website and all their tools to keep their pipeline full. And just so you say, well, Mike, you might be thinking, I don't know if I believe in all that kind of stuff. Many of you are with national firms, and we love the demographics that we have in this year's Lipsy School. Small firms, big firms. In January, when the announcements came out for those who were the top producers, for many of the firms that y'all are with right now, it was unbelievable. Now, several firms that are in here, y'all have titles like vice chairman. How many of you have the title called vice chairman at your firm? All right. Think about January when the announcements came out, How many under 40 got the title vice chairman? Or any of you at any firms that happened? That there was a, unbelievable. Understand, just so you know, you didn't make vice chairman. Vice chairman is you had to make 7 figures, 5 years in a row, 5 out of 7 years, something like that, right? These are people under 40 making vice chairman. You didn't make vice chairman unless you were late 50s. I mean, it just was a late career award. Are y'all with me? So for those of you that are with firms that don't have vice chairman, maybe it's not resonating, but those who are saying, yeah, you know what? I started looking at that list and that cat wasn't much older than me. They were 35, 36, 37. That didn't mean they had one good year. It mean they've had 5, 6, 7 great years. And you want to know how they've done it? They have figured out, how do I balance business development, transaction management at all times? And understand they're not running a linear pipeline campaign. They're not making a call, going on a meeting, doing a tour. They're not going to a NAOP function, getting a couple business cards and setting up lunch. They're doing that, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying they're not doing that, but in the background, there's all other kinds of things that they're doing. They're posting on Instagram, they've got a good presence on Facebook, they know how to use their database, they have a CRM that they've implemented. You follow what I'm saying? They have got a 360 approach to pipeline. It's not this linear approach that many brokers have had. I'll make a call, I'll go to a meeting, I'll make a presentation, I'll win a new assignment, I'll take the assignment across the finish line, I'll get my commission, I'll wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning worried about where's my next deal coming from. I get into the office early in the morning, I scramble around, I put something in the pipeline. And that is the model that we're used to. And after 25 years, there's a lot of brokers that eventually get to that huge number, but it took 25, 30 years. And now we're seeing happen in less than 10 years. And when you look at what the difference is between prospecting and cold calling is, which we don't like, and you might be trained on this, but it's not the way we would approach it. You're making lots of calls, hoping someone says, yeah, come on over here and let's do something. Where prospecting is, there's a variety of best practices that you're implementing to fill your pipeline. We're going to talk about all those. And again, we want lots of interruptions and we want lots of discussions. Questions that Tim and I get all the time is, how often should I post on social media? Should I post once a week? And we're going to talk about all these things as we go through today's program. But one of the things that we like to produce is what we call our index. And we have 2 LIPSI indexes. One is for your own pipeline, for your own personal business development. What are the ADs and how many phone calls should I be making? And it depends on the market that you're in and the practice that you have. If you're a tenant rep broker, you better be making a whole lot more calls than maybe an investment broker. And so practice, focus has a great deal of difference on the number of outbound calls you're going to make. Who does landlord rep in here? Agency. Just statistically, those that are landlord reps tend to make the fewest number of outbound calls for prospecting than a tenant rep. If you're pure agency sitting next to pure tenant rep, I can tell you pure tenant rep is going to make more outbound calls than the pure landlord rep. It's the nature of the business. Landlord rep does more time leveraging the tenant rep community, uses their sign, uses the property websites to get prospects to come to their doorstep. Where to a tenant rep broker, their prospects, their inventory are prospects looking for space. And so it's a different model, it's a different approach. And so the index is really different depending upon the market that you come from and the practice that you're in. And we're going to give you all different sorts of different tools that you can kind of create your own personal plan. Tim's going to work with you specifically on that. Tomorrow? 90-day plan? Oh, this afternoon. So I don't want to steal any of that thunder, but what I do want to talk about are the E's. The 8 E's. E-call. So I've been calling someone, they don't call me back. All right? Frustrating. I've emailed them, I've called them, they're not calling me back. And so I truly believe you just got to keep pushing on until you talk to them. So 2-3 years ago, I would have this person's cell phone number. I would send them just a simple text. Not an email, a text. And they'd respond immediately. And of the many times I've done that, no one has ever said, don't you ever text me again. But it was just a simple text, Tanner, I'm trying to reach you about, opening up 2 locations between now and the end of the year. It's got to be succinct, right? And you understand, when you send someone what I call an e-call, it's essentially what you would say if you had just seconds to talk to them on the phone. Are y'all with me? So you got to be brief. And if you do that, guess what you got to do? You got to make sure you put your name in the end of the text, or what I call the e-call. Are y'all with me? Some of y'all are texting, which I think is cool, but I don't know who you are. I've had text, not from many of you, and I said, I can tell from the message that this is a person in commercial real estate. I have no idea who they are. And just so you want to really get me started, don't you dare send out any email from your iPhone or Droid ever again without a signature block. You're sending stuff out that sometimes you have your name or phone number in there. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you're with. And years ago, you could give me an area code, 713, Houston, Texas. 704, Newport Beach, right? You could give me 214 is where? You could give me an area code, I knew exactly where you're from. Today, I have no idea where you're from. There's just too many different area codes. So you say, oh, I did a good job with my signature block. It's my name, maybe one, first name, and then a phone number. So you got to make sure you have the same signature block that you would have on your desktop has got to be migrated into your phone so that when you create an email or you respond to an email, they know exactly who you are and who you're with and what city you're in. All right? So e-calls and e-text are very similar. All right? Now, to me, an e-text is really a simple email. So to me, I want you to just see the difference. An e-call to me is a message to someone's cell phone. An e-text is a message sent to someone's email address. You see the distinction? And pretty much the same thing that I would have in the e-text is what I would have in the e-call. The decision is which device am I sending it to? And am I sending it to a desktop or a PC or an email address, or am I sending it to a text? And here's what I have found. The e-call, which is going to the text, that's why it's confusing, gets a wonderful reception. And I hope that Tim doesn't mind. I say this, Tim Schaefer in Kansas City, dear client of mine. He loves texting. And he loves texting at midnight. Because if I get up, right, Jennifer? If I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, here's this text from Tim Schaefer with a wonderful firm, fabulous firm in Kansas City. And I've learned if you want to communicate with my dear friend Tim Schaefer, you better text, not email. I don't think I've ever gotten an email from him, have I? And I got to and I don't know how to take a text and put it into an email and send it to somebody, so I've got to give my iPhone to Jennifer and said, here's what Tim's looking for. Is that exactly what happens? So understand, if he wants to communicate that way, that's the way I've got to communicate. Then we have what's called an e-touch. An e-touch is where I read a recent article that I thought Jordan would really enjoy. Let's say Jordan does retail. I read at International Council of Shopping Center that if you change out your exterior lighting to LED, you can dramatically reduce your utilities while improving foot traffic in the evening because people feel more secure when they're shopping. And I forward that ICSC article to Jordan and say, Jordan, if I can ever help you in any way, please give me a call. That is an e-touch. It is forwarding of a white paper, of an article, of a note of congratulations, and you're going to get less than a 1% response rate. But what you are doing is you're creating name recognition and you're creating a certain brand. So don't be frustrated that no one ever calls you and says, I really appreciate you sending me the article. When you do call that prospect in 30 days after sending them a couple of e-touches, they're not going to say to you, who are you and what's this about? There is the slight possibility that David says, Mike, I really appreciate those couple of articles you just sent me. Matter of fact, we've had a contractor out to 2 of our shopping centers to price what it's going to cost us to change from traditional lighting to LED. I appreciate the article. I do not want you ever to call a prospect, with one exception, which I'll talk about in 1 second. I do not want you calling a prospect that they say to you, who are you and what's this about? That is not my favorite thing. It doesn't do a lot for your confidence. And if you suffer from call reluctance, it's not what I want to happen to you. You got a problem from the get-go. And now to put your first call on top of your call reluctance, who are you and what's this about and why are you bugging me? That's not the way to start your call list. Alternatively, you know what? We've not met before. You've sent me a couple of really neat articles. What's this call about? That's a little bit better, isn't it? So that's called an e-touch. Then there's an e-comp. We first started doing e-comps in 2010. Multifamily brokers. Who does multifamily in here? I never thought the e-comp was going to do what it's done. And we're going to give you examples of all these in just a few minutes. An e-comp is where I say, Abraham, a property very similar is just sold. It's 200 units. It's sold for this per unit. Here was it, the financing. Here was the seller, if that's permitted. And here was the buyer. And if you would like additional details, or if we can assist you with the sale of your property or refinance, let us know. That's an e-comp. Now, the only problem with an e-comp was we were putting too much information in there. We were putting in the sales price and the leverage and the buyer and the seller, and we weren't getting but a 1% response rate. However, we found that when the broker called the prospect, they were getting a red carpet treatment. That the owner of the property was so grateful that you had taken the time to send them this recent comparable. They were pleasant, they weren't rude. I really appreciate you giving me the heads up. I know that property, it's not too far away. There was a couple of pieces of information that wasn't in your email that you sent to me. You know what the cap rate was and how it was financed? And so you get a little bit of a conversation. But we weren't seeing the big response rate. However, the welcome sign was being put out when you made the call. And that gave you a sense of confidence. So all of a sudden you found that your call reluctance was beginning to evaporate. Yes, Adam?
Do you see kind of more of a reception in the different product type, like multifamily, there's more of a reception from ownership group, whereas if you're sending a comp to someone off, local office, local, I don't know, accountant or local lawyer, would you say there's more reception from an owner versus?
Yeah, great question. I want to make sure I restate the question. Adam asked me, Mike, is there a better reception from one product type, owner, user, landlord, as opposed to another?
Right.
Was that the question?
The real estate business, right, versus someone who's
Gotcha.
running.
So let me give you a couple examples because that's a great question. So let's say there's a tenant that has a renewal coming up in 12 to 18 months or 10,000 square feet. And there's a lease that has just been negotiated with rent and concessions and moving allowance and all kinds of stuff, very similar to the way that they occupy their space and about the same amount of space. You with me so far? And I send this to the chief operating officer, who's not a real estate person, but they're going to be the one responsible for either renewing or finding a new location. And the email goes like this: Adam, a new lease was done in your submarket where you might be renewing or relocating. It really is fascinating when you look at the rent and the concessions they got. If you'd like additional details, please let me know. Now that went to a user, not in the real estate business, that it's a chief operating officer for a consulting firm or something like that. Do you think they have an interest in knowing what the rent was and the TI allowance that that tenant got that's of similar size in their submarket? Yeah. Let's say I send an e-comp to a corporate real estate executive who is 1,000 miles away. And I say, Damaris, am I pronouncing that right? Damaris, I understand that you're responsible for the leasing in Orlando, Florida. Let's say this person's in Dallas. There's 2 locations that have just done renewals that are of similar size in the submarket that I know you'll be doing a renewal at the end of the year. If you'd like to know the details, let me know. So do you think that corporate real estate executive who's in Dallas that's responsible for doing deals in Orlando, Florida, who's really clueless about the rents and the concessions, do you think he or she would have an interest in knowing about it? Yeah. All right, let's go on a little bit forward. So now let's say Daniel is a landlord. Daniel, a property very similar to yours, has just done a 5,000 square foot lease. We really have seen an uptick in rent and some evaporation in concessions. If you want to know the details, let us know. Do you think he, the landlord, would have an interest in knowing? Jonathan, a shopping center very similar to yours, almost 100,000 square feet, just sold. Anchored with a grocery just like yours. If you want to know the details, let me know. Do you think he'd want to know? We find across the board, if there's any potential motivation, user, landlord, owner. I work, as does Tim, with one of the best mortgage bankers. You know what has been their absolute best way to get a serious conversation going with the prospect? Is to talking about their mortgage bankers, the refinance that they just did in a submarket in a very similar property to the person they're calling. They said, that's it, that's gold. If I call somebody and say, Alex, a property, we just financed a property very similar to yours, got crazy terms even in today's marketplace, and I mean pulled a bunch of cash out, would you like to have that discussion about your property? Because I understand you've had your mortgage almost 6 years, right? Because the data they have is absolutely amazing. They know what the loan balance is, they know what the expiration is, they know when the loan was closed. What do you think? Pretty cool, isn't it? So that's why this is such a wonderful question, is because the e-comp, but let me tell you what is even better. So with the e-comp, we were getting the 1%, the 1.5% response rate. However, you were getting a fabulous welcome wagon on the phone call. So it gave you the confidence to start picking up the phone and making your outbound calls, and we saw the call reluctance start to dissipate, which is what we want. Yeah, go ahead.
And I don't want to jump the gun here, but
Jump the gun, like the Beatles. Was it Jump the Gun? What was that song?
Happiness is a warm gun.
Oh, I knew it was similar. I knew it was close. Mother Superior jumped the gun. No, in the song they say Mother Superior jumped the gun, don't they? I know that. Mother Superior jumped the gun. Go ahead, Adam.
So just as far as date and time, I mean, we send kind of one-off emails all the time, just trying to get some sort of response rate. We found like sending it Tuesday night, and then they're out of their inbox through Monday or Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning maybe it's a clear inbox and it hits their inbox Wednesday morning. They are likely to respond. I mean, that's just a theory. That's just what we test out. But have you seen kind of a date and time or time of day that you've seen better response rates from C-level executives or people who have kind of
I'm going to talk about that in 1 second.
Okay.
But it's such a great question. I get the question frequently on Mike, when is the best time to call someone? Which I would never answer that question, because I believe anytime you call somebody is a good time. Because it's Monday, not a good time to call, they had a weekend, and they could be tired from the weekend, not a good time. I'll wait till Tuesday. And then now it's Tuesday, it's Tuesday, they're not really cranking up yet, and I want them receptive. But I don't want to call, now it's 11 o'clock, it's too close to lunch. You with me? Yeah. So the only window they have for making calls is like Wednesday from 9:30 to 10:15. I mean, they've rationalized so much. That is the time. This is me. Anytime you've got something that is of value with a purpose, any time is a good time. That if it is significant and they get it Sunday morning, that's a good time. Because they will refresh that email and make it unread, whatever that thing is, right mouse click, unread, and it's still going to be available Monday morning because it was that important. Or what I do is as soon as I get important emails, which are all the time, because remember, our consulting practice is all over. Tim just got back from Australia. He's getting ready to go back to Singapore. His practice is everywhere, right? So we get emails all the time. Sometimes it's Sunday. I go into my little back office, I print that email off, and I stick it in my bag, and then I follow up first thing Monday. So anytime something, God bless you, anytime something that's important and valuable, I receive regardless of time of day. So I would just say in practice, if there's statistics, Jennifer, do you know of any statistics that says if you're going to email somebody, this is the best day and time? But I want to give you the statistical answer, but I will give you the philosophical answer. The best time to call someone or email them is when you've got something important to share with the prospect. And that's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I personally get a wonderful response when I'm emailing people on the weekend. Sophia was giving me a hard time, which I deserved. I was talking about automatic replies. I've never had an automatic reply, ever. Never will. Automatic reply. Who's a landlord rep in here? So you landlord reps in here, you've got several listings. And a couple of your listings, the occupancy is now about 70%. Y'all with me? And I'm getting close to a covenant on the mortgage that I might not be able to cover debt service. Can you imagine that, Tim? And I'm generally not sleeping well, but I've given you my listing. And I need leasing done because I need additional revenue to cover the debt service, which I'm now going to have to cover out of pocket. And I send you an email on Tuesday. I haven't heard from you in a few days. What's up? I get an automatic reply, I'm out of the office this week, but in case of an emergency, which this is, in case of an emergency, call. If not, I'll respond when I return. You've just told this landlord this property is off the market for the next week. But I can't make debt service, but my broker is out of the office for a week. You don't have to have an automatic response, just, in our world, and we'll talk about this when I get into team brokerage, we share emails. Jennifer, Sophia, y'all see my inbox. I don't care. Look in my inbox. Matter of fact, I responded to 2 emails for you last night, because I knew you worked late last night, and you were in between. Who got emails? There's 2 of you when does class start? They ain't waiting around for 2 days for you to get the response. You need to know now. And I responded shortly after you sent it, but it was actually addressed to Jennifer. Did you send one also to Jennifer?
No, I received the email, is what I'm saying.
No, but there's 2 of you that sent an email to Jennifer. What time does class start? Was that you? Rachel, did you wait till the next morning to find out? How long did it take for you to find out?
Probably like 2 hours.
And who'd the email come from? You. But I had my signature block, even though it was sent to Jennifer, and I copied Jennifer to let us know. And did you send me an email? What was your email? What were you looking for?
Didn't have a printer.
Didn't have a printer. And I said, we'll get you a solution, right? So don't worry about it. We'll take care of you, right? That's how your clients want to be treated. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They want to know that they've hired someone that's running 911. They want to hire an emergency room. And so philosophically, but I'm of a different generation. I get that. But I am of that generation. We don't close. People ask me all the time, when's a good time to call you? You must be kidding. You're a client. Anytime you want to call me is a good time to call me. That's got to be your philosophy. I understand the world has changed and, I just haven't adopted and I don't plan to. I'm open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and I'm fortunate, my wife's not here, hopefully she shows up tomorrow for a few minutes, that my wife of 43, 44 years, she's supported it and understood, but that, it's different. So to answer your question, philosophically, when's a good time to call? When's a good time to email? When's a good time to answer the phone? All the time. Whenever you have a legitimate purpose. Because to me, the enthusiasm that is connected to that email or call is more important than the time of day. Does that make sense? The sense of urgency that you create with that email or that phone call is what's most important. I call you Adam and say, Adam, I'm really, I know this isn't the best time, it's Saturday mid-morning, but I've got an opportunity that I just saw that will not be around long, and I wanted to visit with you to see if it's something that you want to take a serious look at. To me, that sense of urgency is really very important. All right, but that's a great question. Did you have a follow-up on that, or did I?
No.
Okay, and we love the questions, because the questions makes it better for everybody. Yes, sir.
And I'm of the same school of thought where I believe I'm always open 24/7, but I did put on my automatic reply for this class. Can I turn it off?
Hell yeah, you can turn it off. Because you're still looking at your emails, aren't you? Let me ask you a question. You got an automatic reply, so it means you're not looking at your emails, right?
No,
You're looking at them every 30 minutes, at least.
every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds. And if there was one in there that was really important, what would you do at the break?
If I could go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, you would do something. To do what?
To answer the email.
So let me just understand. You're responding to an email, but you got an automatic response on there.
Yeah.
Why do that?
I won't do it again.
Well, no. but my point is, you're telling them one thing, but you're doing something else.
Yeah.
So just do the one thing, which is I'm always available.
Totally agree.
Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, you listen. I don't want you to do it just because you think you should do it. Do it because I get it. I see how my client would see that, and they would get the same response anyway. So why send the message that isn't needed to send?
And
What?
respond when you can. As soon as you can.
Or you say I'm in a class right now. I'll get to you in an hour or 2 hours. Listen. For years, speed with quality has been the theme at the Lipsy Company. I cannot do it. We cannot do it fast enough with enough quality. When I first read the article, it was speed with quality kills the competition. You can't make this stuff up. So I'm teaching a course to Cushman Wakefield. Anyone with Cushman in here? So I'm doing a course to from Cushman, and it was 10 at rep, and my slide said speed with quality kills the competition. Only brokers, all of you, that's why I love y'all so much. I've been doing this for so long. the Cushman tenant rep says to me, Mike, I'm seeing your next slide. He says, do we have to kill the competition? Can we just maim them? Can we just, and I started thinking about it. I said, that really is a little aggressive. Speed kills the competition. So I changed it instead of speed with quality, it kills the competition. It's just, speed. All right. E-comp teaser. Y'all not gonna believe it till you try it, and then you're gonna send me an email and say, Lipsy, you were right on, man. We finally cracked the code with an e-comp teaser, and we've got some examples that we're going to show you in just a little bit. An e-comp teaser has no address, has no photograph. The subject line is key. Tanner, the subject line would be property similar to yours. And then in the body, there's no photograph, no address, a property very similar to yours, and your sub-market just sold. Almost a record price. If you want to know the details, let me know. That's an 8% response rate all day long. Now watch. I'm knee deep in transaction management. I'm getting a huge deal done. I'm so preoccupied on that, but I do know as soon as I close this in 30 days, my pipeline goes empty. So I want to start backfilling the pipeline. So I see a property just sold. Maybe I was involved with it. Maybe somebody else was involved with it. And I send out an e-comp teaser to the 48 or 50 people that I thought would have an interest. Tim's going to talk about this at 11 o'clock. I think that you're doing database. So the importance of having groups. Some of you keep creating these databases. You just dump everything into a general database and you can't slice and dice it like that. So I know who the apartment owners are who have properties 100 units to 200, let's just say. And I know what part of the city that they're in. So I pop this email that says a property very similar to yours just sold. If you want to know the details, let me know. And let's say I send it to 50, I get the 8% response rate, which means 4 come back to my doorstep and say, Mike, what property was that in my neighborhood that just sold? I don't have the time to call all 50 because I'm knee deep in transaction management. But I do have 3 minutes to send out an e-comp teaser to the logical group that would have the greatest interest in knowing about it, because I don't have time to call the 50 to find the 4. But I do have the 3 minutes to pop an email to find the 4. And I do have the time to call them and visit with them to give them the details about the property. That I can do. But what happens is I just do not have the time. Even though I know I should be on the phone right now, I just can't allocate that much time. I got to get this deal done that I'm working on. But I do have a few minutes to talk to 3 or 4 people. And that's where the e-comp teaser just blew my mind. On the response rate, all types of brokers were getting. Tenant rep, landlord rep, investment sale, Adam, it didn't matter what their focus was, all right? It didn't matter what food group they were working. If I was tenant rep, a user very similar size to you, matter of fact, in your same industry, just did a new 7-year renewal in your sub-market. If you want to know the details, let me know. And this guy is doing something in 12 months. He wants to know. Landlords, they can't get enough data. It is so weird out there right now, particularly in office. What are the concessions to do an office deal today? And where are the rents? Where is the price discovery? You can't get enough on the landlord side.
So Mike, so the subject line for like tenant rep industrial user, like what would that look like? Like if I go to lunch with a landlord broker for ProLogis, I get a good juicy comp.
Well, let me just tell you, Jennifer can write the email in 15 seconds. It takes an hour for me to give her the subject line. I said, Jennifer, oh man, because that's the key. The subject line is like the punchline in a good joke. I mean, it is what gets them to read it.
That's right.
It can't be too long. It's got to tell the story. It's got to be 5 words and less, I mean, the subject line. So on a tenant rep, Tim, help me here. I'm thinking on a tenant rep, deal your size just done. Similar deal in your market just completed. Something that it's got to signify in less than 5 or 6 words. This is about a lease of your size in your area, and you got to be succinct. It's just like a voicemail. If you're leaving voicemails, they got to be succinct, 4 or 5 sentences, something like that. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Adam, part of this question I would add tack on what he says, what's more important is the structure. It's not so much the time of the day, it's the structure. Think about how you consume information. This is where we fall off. because we think that we're gonna put all this information, and the Lipsy Company was founded in 1979, and we have 50, who cares? Right? So think when you're scrolling through your social media, it's something makes you stop.
Headlines.
Right, headlines.
Headlines.
Something makes you
That's something.
stop. I had a coaching client that sent me one of his emails. He said, Rios, I think I've got this, but help me out. I said, send that email to yourself, go to your phone. And he says, what, I got so information in the subject line. I said, open your phone. He opens his phone. I said, how much of your subject line can you see? And he looks, he says, it's the most boring part. I said, exactly. You're expecting somebody to either be on a computer, which we're turning into a mobile-first society. You're expecting somebody to be on a computer and take the time to read your entire subject line, let alone the body of your email. You're asking too much of the client. So whether it's 25% occupancy cost reduction, you know, something that says, I should care about this. So think about how you consume information, especially on social media and the web, and that's how you got to construct these things.
So that's an e-com teaser. Now you're going to say, oh, Mike, that can't be possible. 6 to 8% response rate. 6 to 8, 6, 6. It is huge. 1% is what we see in almost everything else. The one thing that cracked the code, but understand, you cannot send this e-comp teaser to your database. It must be surgical. It must be to, here are the 30, the 15 that would have the greatest interest in this piece of information. Because you will destroy your database if you send out these e-com teasers saying something you'll be interested in. They'll look at it and say, what are they talking about? I do medical office. I have no interest in this. And then they start opting out. But if it's surgical and it is to, logically, the group that would have the greatest interest in knowing what's going on. If you ask owners, if you ask tenants, if you ask landlords, what do you want most from me, a knowledgeable commercial broker? You know what they'll tell you 9 times out of 10? We want to know about market information. We want to know about what's going on in the market. We want to know about sales prices and comps and leverage and on and on and on. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question because for us Texas guys here, Texas is a non-disclosure state, so a lot of times it's hard for us to get accurate data on when it comes to comps. In the commercial world, obviously.
So the question is, Mike, Texas is a non-disclosure state. Do you have ComStack in Texas?
We do, but I'm just talking about the accuracy of it because a lot of times they.
Do you have any public companies in Texas? Thousands. I'm going to show you Intelligize that the leases are published. They got to be published. They're public companies. So I'll show you Prologis leases that deals have been done with private tenants. Are private tenants, are public tenants that have done deals with private developers.
Let me be more clear. I know that you can find all that data on CoStar with the leases and things like that. I'm talking about on a multifamily sale.
Yeah.
They're not going to disclose that they sold that property for $50.5 million or whatever they sold it for.
Oh, you mean the people that sold it?
Right.
So let me just tell you this, between you and me. I love a guy from Texas talking about disclosure. He's carrying right now 45 in his bag, but he ain't worried about disclosure. I'm teasing, I'm kidding you.
I don't need them.
Wouldn't that be on the property price?
You don't need a shit. Wait, let me answer the question because it's a good question. You got to know. If you went into a listing presentation to list a 200-unit apartment complex and the seller says, what do you think it's going to sell for? What is recently sold? I know you're not saying, you know, this is a non-disclosure state, I don't know. Would you say that?
No, I mean, I provide them what I have, but.
But guess what you got to do? You got to develop the resources to find out. There is no way you'll win a monster capital markets listing with it's a non-disclosure. It's not going to happen. The first thing they're going to ask you, if it's not the first thing you did capital markets for 20 plus years, I don't care what state you're in, disclosure, non-disclosure, you better know what is selling in your marketplace. And so that's why we've got to use what resources are available. Is it appraisers? Is it lenders? Is it mortgage bankers? I mean, I have some clients that I can't believe what's in their database from the standpoint. They know the mortgage amount, they know the remaining balance, they know the terms. The data, they're getting the data somehow, some way. So it's a great question. It's just one of those things you just say, I got to crack the code and figure out. Yeah.
So one thing I've been doing lately is like at least once a week going to lunch with on the tenant rep side, I go to lunch with the landlord broker. And they'll usually typically buy me lunch, but I bring them comps. I flood them with comps, and then I get some comps from them, and then that's That's the currency, and that seemed. And then as soon as I get a juicy comp, boom,
As I mentioned to y'all, I work with a wonderful team, multifamily team in Dallas. Danny Baker's the senior broker. I think he told me 62 deals last year. Does that sound about right?
I think it was 67.
So 67. You got one guy like that doing 67 apartment complexes. That's a walking, talking database, right? So you have to have the right content. Yes?
That's opportunity. It's absolutely not a limitation, it's an opportunity. I work here in Albuquerque, Alaska, we're 13 non-disclosure states. That's absolute opportunity for you because that's what your data is the most valuable thing you have. That's your oil. So flip that the other way. See, that's why you hire me because I have a database. I know what's happening. I am in touch with the ground. And that's why you use me instead of, this guy over here or whoever, because I am in touch with the ground. I have that. In a non-disclosure state, you can't go on Zillow and look this value up. That's why you need me. I'm the right broker, the right assignments. Let's go.
E-teasers.
Around in terms of a value
So
prop.
what is your solution to that problem? If he has a problem, what would you say is the solution?
The solution's easy. It's human contact. It's belly to belly. The
Just
only
human
solution is
contact.
build your database and work your tail off. And Tim will tell you how. The only solution is build it granular. It sucks to do it. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not hard. It's just it's not complex. It's just hard. I should say. Let me rephrase that. It's
I
hard.
just-
It's tough to do. And it's tough
A
to
lot
stay
of times
current.
they'll say like list price, like if a researcher from CoStar calls me and says, what do you sell that for? I'm like, that's not in the best interest of my client. I'm not going to tell you, but we listed it here.
All right, let's move on. E-teaser. E-teaser, marketing of new listing or service. This is where you've got just a fabulous new listing, and that's your first announcement. And then you'll follow up with maybe some kind of marketing campaign. But let me talk about e-marketing. The e-marketing is what you're doing too much of. It's 90% of your electronic communication. It's where you keep promoting your listing over and over and over and over again. If you look at my clutter folder, that's what's in there. And Jennifer, I am a snoop. Your inbox is full of, are you buying commercial property? I look at your inbox and I'm amazed at how many listings people keep sending you. You got to figure out a way to get that to clutter, or you can't help yourself. You want to.
Some of them go to clutter, some come through.
Yeah.
And then sometimes we use them for.
All right, okay. But that's the bulk of what y'all are sending. And I'm cool with you marketing yourself electronically, but you got to do something else. Because you will destroy your database if you're sending stuff that you've listed to someone that has no interest in that. That's why I'd much rather see it done surgically to much smaller groups. And then we've got e-gifts. E-gifts is where, who's the landlord rep in here again? Raise your hand. So this is where a tenant rep broker brings a prospect by and you really get the vibe that the tenant liked it. You send a $50 gift card to the tenant rep broker and say, listen, your tenant, your user really seemed to like this space. How can we move this thing forward? And by the way, here's a gift card for bringing your client by. So we see that all the time. We've used those things for many of our campaigns that before I call somebody, Jordana, before I call you, I know that you have a particular interest in a book or something. I would send you an e-gift of some sort and said, I know that you have an interest in whatever it might be. Here's a book from Amazon. And by the way, if we can ever assist you with any of your real estate needs. So we've done that for years and years and years. So we've had all different kinds of campaigns. If we have time, we'll show you some of them. All right. Jennifer, I put this in here. And the reason I didn't delete it is I ran into my personal trainer, who used to be my personal trainer, Steve Prue, at the gas station the other day. I know his wife, she's from New Orleans. Lovely, lovely couple. He's about my age. And he was my personal trainer, and he used to always make me do hamstrings. And I used to say, Steve, I'm an adult. I'm not doing hamstrings. He says, Mike, it really is important, you know, that you have good. I said, listen, I got to lay on my stomach. I don't know whose face was on this machine before me. I don't want to do Mike, you really. So when you said, Mike, let's do leg day, you can't skip the disciplined approach. And that's why we gave you those little sales plans that you got to schedule them. And we're going to share with you what should the frequency be. I don't care what CRM you use. Tim's going to talk about this on the practical uses at 11 o'clock. But if you ask me, after doing this for 45 years, what is my single biggest surprise? No, it's no longer a surprise. What is my single biggest head scratcher? It's those of you that do not commit to a CRM. It's crazy. You're in Outlook, you think that's a CRM. You're in Excel, you think that's a CRM. You're in Constant Contact, you think that's a CRM. None of those are CRMs. And I get asked this question all the time. Which one do I recommend? The one that you will use. I love RealNext. I love ClientLook. I love Apto. I love Ascendix. I love HubSpot. I love them all, as long as you'll use it. And the fact that you've got it on your machine doesn't mean you're using it. And matter of fact, when we do our team consulting, the first thing that we insist on is that if the team hasn't selected a CRM, that's going to be selected and it's going to be implemented. And we're going to take all the different stuff that all the team members have and it's going in that shared CRM. That's going to be mandated. It's not optional. It's one of the first best practices we always implement, which I'll talk about, I think, on the last day when I do a little bit of team brokerage, right? Okay. Who in here uses a CRM all the time? I mean all the time. And let me tell you, define all the time. You have a conversation, you put a note. They want you to call back in 90 days. You put the note in, you call back. You send a proposal, you attach it to the contact record. That's using the CRM. Who uses their CRM that way? Like 2 of you. In 2022, we have been trying to get brokers on CRMs since 1989. 1989 is when I sold my firm to CB. 1989. And then, 1981. I sold it in 80. Who was alive in 81? None of you. Were you? 1981, August 31st. I sold my firm. In January of 82, they installed a CRM called 4-Phase. Nobody used it. We turned the machine off 6 months later. But in the fall of 82, when we turned the machine off, I said, "It's someday this CRM thing will be important to commercial real estate." And here's 2022, and 3 of you raised your hand and say we use the CRM religiously. Yes, sir.
I know the answer, but is there a statistic that says that utilizing a CRM effectively improves your output or your income?
The only statistic you need is Mike Lipsy telling you so. That's the good news. The good news about having Big Daddy in front of you, it's like, So let me ask you a question. I got a hospitality broker out of Chicago that had listed a Marriott town place. But in his CRM, which he was not using, he didn't have all the other people that owned town places in Illinois and the Midwest. So he tells me he'd take every bit of a day to do that research, to compile that list, to let them know that he had a town place, would they be interested, which logically is a wonderful way to do it. Are you with me so far? Yeah. So it took a day to do it, and he uses, I think, probably Excel to send the thing out. Got it? I said, what did you do after the whole thing was over with? He said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, did you say you would never do that again? You would import that into a group, into your CRM called Marriott Town Place Owners, which he, of course, he didn't do. So let's not talk statistics, let's just talk common sense. Had he had a group called Marriott, and then in the Marriott he had all the flags. He had Town Place, JW, Autograph, Westin, all of them. And he could, like that, in 30 seconds, get that group. Would he be better off?
Instead of taking a whole day.
Instead of taking, which do you think would be better? And so just that slice and dice. There's not a day that doesn't go by that somebody says, Mike, we haven't had you in wherever for 5 years. When was the last time you were here exactly? Every day? I says, I'll tell you in just a second, but I'm lazy. Jennifer, when was the last time I did so-and-so? And she yells back. They think I'm actually looking it up, but that takes 10 seconds. So she yells back, Mike, what topics did you do for us? What topics did we do for them? I got to keep putting them on mute. And then they say, what did you charge me? I say, hold on. What did we charge them? And then I call back and say, I can't tell you what I would charge you, but it's going to be a whole lot more this time because that was several years ago. That happens every day. If I didn't have a database, I would never be able to answer that question. And because of my travel, there's not a day that doesn't go by that Jennifer's not popping emails to specific places that I want to be. Mike's going to be in Sacramento. Mike's going to be in Richmond, Virginia. Would you have an interest in having Mike in your office? Some of you have probably gotten those emails before. We could never, ever, never, ever do that without the CRM. So statistically, all I can tell you for years, really since '89 when we launched our own shared database, I can't imagine not having it. All right, let's keep going. We got a lot to do. And again, we don't care which one you use. ClientLook, RealNext are all good. But we do want you to use ListGrabber. List Grabber is a cheap $200. How much is List Grabber? $220? It's a vacuum cleaner. It allows you to go to a website, to a directory, suck that stuff right off the directory, right off the website. You import it into Excel, and from Excel you import it into a group. Is that cool? Let me just give you some examples. And you get this product and you buy it. You don't rent it. You buy it for $220 and it's good for 3 or 4 years until they upgrade it. You get it from egrabber.com. And all it does, it's a vacuum cleaner. It sucks the stuff off the database, puts it into Excel, and from Excel, you map it into your database. I'm doing a program in Chicago, and a broker yells at me. He says, Mike, who wins? I said, it's the broker with the best database that knows how to use it. He yells back at me, you're exactly right. And so the person that wins in this business, which we now know from watching all those newly minted vice chairmen who aren't even 40 yet, they know how to use their database. They know how to leverage their social media. That's been proven. I mean, if you ask most of those Will Strongs in Phoenix, Arizona, the list goes on and on and on, that are hardly 40, they're leveraging their social media, and they do have a database. They're committed to Salesforce or Apto or ClientLook. They know. What movie did this come from? Jerry Maguire. If you remember, the number one draft choice was from Texas. His name was Cushman. And Jerry gets fired from his firm for writing a paper on we need fewer athletes and we need to spend more time with them. And his partner said, you've lost your mind. We need more athletes. We need to spend less time with them. So they take him to a restaurant. They fire him. He leaves the restaurant before he finishes his lunch and runs back to the office. And he says, Wendy, bring me my numbers. And now he's on the phone with his headset. And he says, Wendy, keep trying Cush. And please bring me my numbers. You know what's most important to the best brokers? Your numbers. Who do I call? I want to make sure I have a good email address. I want their website and I want their number. I worked with a fabulous developer years and years ago when I was still in New Orleans. And the last thing he would do each evening with Donna is put together his call list. And he'd say, I want to call this person, and he'd put his call list, and it would take him at least 25, 30 minutes. And I used to get in early in the morning, and no kidding, when Joe would come into his office, he had gorgeous offices on the top floor of the Like Center in New Orleans. He'd come in, Donna, my numbers. And every time I would see this thing with Jerry Maguire, I'd think of my first developer that I worked for. That's the exact same thing he did. He knew his numbers. Let me just show you something. With List Grabber, I can take you to the NAIOP directory, which, by the way, is a gold mine for anyone that does office, medical office, or industrial. The who's who of developers or investors are members of NAIOP. You go to the directory, yeah, you got to spend the $800 and become at the minimum an associate member, but you now got access to the directory. You turn on List Grabber, and I don't care if you're from Texas, California, Arizona, Virginia, wherever you're from, and you're saying, I want all the developers, all the investors that are in my market. Whoa! Here they are. Here's their phone numbers, here's their addresses, here's their websites, here's everything I need. Turn on List Grabber, and I know I'm simplifying it. Jennifer could give you much better details on the mechanics of how you actually use it, but one way or another, it gets into Excel, and then you somehow transfer it from Excel into the database, and how they do it, they've been doing it for years. It's there. It's fantastic, which is another reason, which I can't tell you statistically, but I now know that I didn't have to get one number one at a time. The worst thing for a broker is to make a call and to say, I'm calling this person next, and I got to do my research and get the number. All that stuff should be automated. You want momentum when you're making your calls. You want to go from call to call to call, because once you're in the zone, and that typically takes 3 or 4 calls, you're banging now. You want to stay in the moment. But you lose the moment if you got to do research and find out what's the person's phone number and track it down. This number's wrong. And the reason so much of this stuff is so accurate is every year these associations are going to call and bug you and say, do you want to change this? Do you have a new email address? Has your phone number changed? Urban land? You must be kidding. The finest developers on the planet, some of the best thinkers in commercial real estate, are ULI members of all product types. Student housing, multifamily, retail, I don't care. If you are a serious developer or practitioner of commercial real estate, you know who Urban Land is. apartment association. I shouldn't say the vast majority. Many of the apartment owners are members of the local apartment association. That's how I met my wife 48 years ago. She was the director of education for the apartment association, and I called and I said, I'm an apartment broker here in New Orleans, and could you send me the list of apartment owners? She said, well, I can't do that. She said, but I tell you what I can do. I will send you the apartment guide, and many of the management companies that are managing these properties are in fact the owners of the property. She says, not in all cases. That was 47, 48 years ago. And the same thing is true today when you get the apartment guide. Many of the people that manage the properties are the owners.
Did you marry her because you wanted access to the list? Or?
That had a lot to do with it. But she was also in charge. She was in charge of the CAM program, Certified Apartment Manager, and she brought me in to be an instructor on how to lease multifamily. NAREIT, I made the decision 25, 30 years ago I wanted to do more work with REITs. Prologis, Equity Office, Simon, General Growth, Liberty Property, on and on and on, Kilroy, and I joined NAREIT. And I got the directory, and I started going to their meetings, which I didn't understand anything that they were doing there, but I was sitting next to people that headed up leasing and chief operating officers. What do you do, Mike? Well, I'm really a trainer of REITs. And now if you look at our practice today, maybe 15, 20% are REITs. It wasn't an accident, it was intentional. But guess where it started? Their database. You got to start with their database. Who do I call? Who do I email? You got to find a way, how can I automate this instead of taking hours and days? ICSC? Come on now, who's retailing here? That's the who's who. This directory, every time I look at this directory, I salivate. I can't help myself. This has got tenants, this has got landlords, this has got lenders, this has got developers. It's got it all, and they're all in there by groups. Local economic development, those are your local players. That directory is online right now. If you go to Orlando, the directory is online. These are the people that own all those businesses, in your community, online. The thing is, I don't want you to get one name at a time. I want you to turn your vacuum cleaner on, which sucks all that stuff right off their website, puts it into Excel, and from Excel it goes into your database. All right, let me move because I got to get into take a break and then selling my phone. We're going to talk about this when we do tenant rep tomorrow. All right. This is, I don't know what it is, 45, 46, 47 years of training commercial brokers. And for years, I've trained thousands of brokers, tens of thousands. And I get calls from many that are towards the end of their career, and they say, Mike, I've hit sort of a plateau in earnings. I've hit a plateau. I said, really? I said, tell me about it. Well, matter of fact, I've lost two of my most important clients for one reason or another, and I'm no longer on a plateau, I'm on a decline. I said, I hear you, man. I get these calls. I said, tell me how you use your team. I don't like those teams, Mike. They leave, they come, they go. They don't work hard like you do. There's alphas everywhere. Just so you know, there's alphas in every age. So I never listened to that. And I said, well, so you're not on a team. That's not good. So tell me how you're leveraging your technology. Well, I do use Outlook. I said, no. I said, what technology are you? If this guy was fishing, this is how he fishes. Got a little John boat, all right? He's hungry, goes out to his little favorite spot, does a little fish. He looks happy too. He's going to catch a fish, going to go home and clean it, going to eat it, maybe last couple of days, right? And y'all ever watch that show, those guys in Alaska, that they're so thrilled they catch one fish, but they're living from day to day? It's fantastic. And listen, we have brokers, this is how they approach the business. It's singular, it's linear, it's not parallel, it is what it is. That is not how we're going to train you these next 3 days. You are not going to be trained to do brokerage this way. You're going offshore with a group, getting the big stuff. all right? And whether you use outriggers or downriggers or a combination of both, you're not waiting for one fish to hit the line that's in the fighting chair. I don't know how many here, I'd have to count them, there's probably 6 to 8 outriggers. Any of y'all ever fished offshore? Who in here has fished offshore? You fished offshore? Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
I used to fish when I lived in New Orleans. Oil rigs were the easiest thing. I had a big 18-foot, 15-foot rig hook, and we'd put that and we'd back down and bottom fish, and you'd catch redfish all day long while it was legal. No, really. You know, at one time there was no limit, unfortunately. So now, listen. You're offshore, and have you ever fished this way, big boat with outriggers? Big boat, 6 to 8 outriggers? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. The fish that you caught, let's say it was a big fish, was it the fish that was caught on the fighting chair or one of these outriggers? More than likely, statistically. Come on. Anyone that's offshore. David, what about you? Was it an outrigger? Hell yes. And you probably had a little like clothespin on it, right? And when that pops off, what do you know? And so now the mate runs up there, risks his life to pull that pole out of the outrigger, and you're sitting there because you're paying the big money to be on the boat, and you're sitting there, and all you got to do is just wait for the rod. Is that right? Yeah. Is that who's right? You know what that was? That was LinkedIn. That was Instagram. That was an e-com teaser. That wasn't an outrigger, but it was the equivalent. It was the metaphor. That's how you fish today. That's how you hit 7 figures, not being 40. You are not running a linear business development campaign. It's too time consuming. You have figured out a way, how do I get 6 to 8 lines in the water at the same time? Now the one that's in the fighting chair is your outbound calls and going to the NAOP function and doing the stuff what a good broker needs to do. But while you were in the fighting chair, hallelujah, the outrigger gets the hit. That's business today. If not, just so you know, the image you need to have is that guy in that John boat catching one fish at a time. There's nothing wrong with that. I've trained thousands of brokers that say, Mike, I don't want to be on a team. I'm too far in my career to get with the technology, and they're making 6 figures. And they have provided for their family, and everybody loves them, and they don't cause management any problem. That's cool, but we're not hiring them going forward. We're hiring TTSs, team playing technicians who can sell. That's who we want in commercial real estate today. They know how to work on a team. They've got fabulous technical skills. They know the difference between discount rate and cap rate, and they got social skills. They're fun to hang out with. Tim and I can teach you internal rate of return, 12 minutes tops. We can never train you to be fun to hang out with. Matter of fact, I've told brokers for decades, I'm amazed at how much money y'all make each year with so little skill. It really is crazy. I mean, how many times have we done true, what is the proper way to do a BOV? And we see everything but the right way. I mean, everything, but they're making 7 figures. So, because there's fun to hang out with. That's the first ingredient, which gets back to rapport. You got to be fun to do business with. The internet's not taking your job over anytime soon. And by the way, this is your phone. This is what your phone looks like today. The majority of your phone lines are, in fact, phone lines. I screwed our phones up the other day. We have a Lucent system we've had for years, and I broke it. Fortunately, Jennifer fixed it. And we do get a few calls, you know.
Lucent's still in business?
No, hell no, they haven't been in business in years. IO, whatever the hell you pronounce that, AYA or whatever that was. How do you pronounce it?
Avaya.
Well, yeah, Avaya. It's the same system. And matter of fact, my telephone guy that installed our system years ago is retired. But anyway, this is today's phone. The majority of calls that you're getting aren't even coming in by phone. They're coming in from LinkedIn. And it aggravates me when I get an email from somebody from LinkedIn. But you know what? That's how they wanted to call me. And it's my job. Now, I always put in the response, you know, please call me on my phone or respond to my email, because who the hell wants to be emailing back and forth using LinkedIn? But you know what? Some people do. And if they do, guess what? It's my job to communicate in their preferred way of communicating. But some of you don't even use LinkedIn. You've got 12 contacts. And so you're not even answering that phone line. It's available to you, but you're not using it. Where's the time going? One of my favorite tools. Not only do we want you to have a signature block, we want you to have in your signature block, schedule a call, schedule a tour, schedule a meeting, schedule whatever you want. Do any of y'all ever get an email during your day that says, I'd like to visit with you? Do you ever get one of those? Jordan, you ever get those? And you send them an email back and say, well, I'd like to visit with you. And they send an email back and say, what's a good time? And you go back and forth for like 2 days to set a 15-minute phone call. I don't even know why they didn't just pick up the phone and call me, but they send an email to tell you they want to talk to you. Drives me crazy. So Jennifer fixed that about 5 years ago. She got this thing called Calendly. So now when you send me an email that says, Rachel says, Mike, I want to talk to you, I'm going to send an email back to you and say, Rachel, you're going to see my signature block, schedule a call. You click on that and you pick the time and day that works for you. Are you with me? And so what Jennifer does, she wants to make sure I look busy. She picks 4 or 5 times, right, that I'm available. She knows I'm available this afternoon at 2 to 2:30, whatever it might be. And so you pick that time and then you hit confirm, and we got a time that's set. It's in your Outlook, it's in my Outlook, just like that. It's like magic. Is that crazy? Because it's about momentum. You don't ever want to have a delay when someone says they want to talk to you. Are you with me? That's why the mentality of 911 is so important. In my career, I can't tell you how often I delayed for whatever reason and the moment's gone. When someone wants to talk to you about an opportunity, hiring you, looking at space, getting a package from you, looking for a listing presentation, you cannot delay. It's about momentum. All right. Calendly. In this package, we're going to send you some of our favorite e-touches. Coppola Cheney out of Phoenix, Arizona, C2. The world's coolest offices and pictures. That's the subject line. Pretty cool, isn't it? And then what he does several weeks later, this went out to a bunch of different industries. Now he sends this to specific industries. Law firms are getting creative with their real estate. This is intense, but it is surgical because this email can only go to law firms. But then you need to find one for accounting firms. You need to find one for financial service firms. This is a lot of work. And that's the reason your CRM is so important, so that you can slice and dice all these user types, particularly if you're tenant rep or corporate services. God bless you. Lee & Associates. Again, Craig Coppola. These are new, Jennifer. Sterling Properties, you've added this. The Brighter Side. This is a wonderful capital markets broker out of Atlanta, Will Yao. This is his newsletter that he sends out every couple of months. Viewpoint. Who is one of the best net lease brokers on the planet? And I'll give you a hint, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Come on. Stan Johnson. Who of you know the name Stan Johnson? Well, let me tell you who Stan Johnson is. That firm is the leading firm in net lease. They wrote the book on brokerage for net lease. Is that an exaggeration or fairly close? Now, there's other firms that have done a wonderful, wonderful job in emulating, but he's out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and if you ever look at his listings, you're saying it's impossible that a firm has that many net lease listings, Targets and McDonald's and on and on and on and on. And then, he's always once a month doing his newsletter, Avoiding Buyer Remorse, How to Prevent Missed Opportunities in a Down Market. Malls Look to Grow. These are all e-touches. These are all e-touches, but here's one of my favorites. This is one way to create your brand overnight. If you're going to do a quarterly electronic newsletter, embed video in it. So John Jackson, who is now with Cushman Wakefield, he sits on the edge of his desk in Tampa, and he speaks for about 75 seconds on, we've got 6 million square feet under construction here in Tampa. Half of it is already leased. We continue to see rents grow at a pace like we've never seen before, and concessions are essentially gone. Never a better time to invest or build industrial in the greater Tampa area. Look at our newsletter. If we can answer any questions for you, don't hesitate to give us a call. Boom. That goes out every 90 days. First, you see a dramatic improvement in the readership, but then when John Jackson calls you, you got a celebrity on the phone. You saw his video. This guy is for real. I want to take his call. Nobody's saying, John, who are you and who are you with and what's this about? That's not what's happening. They're saying, John, I really get your cool newsletter and I really appreciate those frequent updates. As a matter of fact, we've adjusted our rent a couple of times just with the suggestions that you've made in your newsletter. We appreciate the information. Are you all with me? So I'm doing a program in Las Vegas. And Tim Goslin says, I'm going to do that when I get back to Southern California. And he does. And then a few months goes by and it gets better. And a few months goes by and it gets better. It's Tim Talk now. Is that cool? And now all of a sudden he's fairly well known in Southern California as one of the go-to industrial brokers. No one is going to create your brand for you. Nobody. There's only one person that's going to create your brand that makes life easier. You. I've seen Zero Dark 30 like 10 times. Who's seen Zero Dark 30? And if you recall that wonderful English actor, he walks into the conference room. He says, do you think there's a study group somewhere figuring out where Bin Laden is? He goes on and on and on. It's us. It's up to us. There is no other. That's the same thing for you. For your brand is in your responsibility. You know who the best brokers are? The ones that have said, I have got to create my own brand, appear to be bigger than life so that clients want to do business with me. And that's why I love John Jackson and Tim Goslin and on and on and on, and Craig Coppola and Darcy Stakem, and the list goes on and on, because they've created their own brand. No one's creating it for you. You're not going to get it back, and no one from marketing is going to create it for you. Y'all are with great firms. Your firm's not going to do it for you. They'll support you, but it's got to be in your own hands. CBRE sells this property. Everything's in there, 380. This is an e-comp. There's no reason for me, and Tyler Anderson has been a client of mine for 20 plus years. No one's calling Sean because of this email, because there's enough information. Now this one's a little bit better because there's no sales price in here, and they do ask for more information, give us a call. But look at this. This is all you need to do. A property in the same submarket and similar size to your center just closed. Out-of-market investor with creative financing helps out a new high water mark for pricing. If you'd like to know the details, give us a call or send us an email. That's all you need if you want 8%. That's it. No address, no photograph, just create this intense interest. And it must go to the group that would have the greatest interest, because if you send a comp to someone that is out of market, different product type, they're going to opt out.
Family to a shopping mall.
They're not going to be happy. You're going to lose every bit of credibility. That's why you've got to be patient, and you've got to say, who would have the greatest interest in this comp? And that's what you've got to be able to do. We got to take a break so I can do sell on my phone. I love these right here. For those of you that have listings that are of different type, I really like this. So let's say you've got, multifamily, you've got industrial. This is really a cool layout. Another one I like is different parts of your market. Northeast, Southwest, CBD. So this is a cool layout. And you're going to make sure they have these slide decks, or they're going to get them. They have them already. This is too much. This is too much. It's just, I need a magnifying glass to read all this stuff, all right? Too much. Too much. I love this, though. This is Stan Johnson, who is sending out active listings, and these are gift cards. All right. We've been at it for an hour and a half, and I got to do so on my phone. Let's see what else I want to point out to you. Oh, IntelliGize we talked about. IntelliGize, to answer your question, Houston, this is a resource that publishes the actual lease that has been closed in your marketplace. But to get this, one side of the transaction needs to be public, all right? So they got the rent schedule, they got the TI allowance, but one side has to be a public company, all right? And you don't get just a lease summation, you get the full lease. What else do I want to show you?
You pay for that?
Oh, yeah. You pay for it. And, Jennifer, they always ask me every time, how much? When it was 10K Wizard, it was $395 to $495 per year. IntelliGize, it's a mystery. You got to call them. How many people are going to be using it? What are you going to be using it for? But they have promised us to get us special pricing, right, for those that are in commercial real estate that are really primarily looking for leases. But they've also brought a very convincing argument. How about if we could also give that same broker a list of tenants that would be renewing in the next 12 to 18 months. Do you think that would be helpful? And I said, I think, yeah.
Pays for itself if you use it right.
So I would suggest you call Intelligize. Lipsy said to call, give me a presentation of what it does for me. It's pretty cool. But I would guess 3,000-4,000 a year, just a number out of the air, it's expensive. But you know what, if you did one deal, you're saying, what the heck?
So they publish rent roll? I mean, you can't put a price on that, in my opinion.
They publish not only real, the leases that are expiring in the next 12 to 24 months.
That sounds,
You can create an alert and everything. It's pretty awesome.
I forgot about the alerts are that they're leaving the market, but they still have lease term remaining. I mean, it's pretty cool. All right. All right, so let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. We've been at it an hour. Any questions? Because when we come back from the break, we're now going to pick up the phone and call people. I didn't say for 1 second we don't want you making phone calls. Did I say that? What I did say is, what do you do before you make the call that increases the likelihood they're going to know who you are and that you're going to have a good conversation? Also, because you have a legitimate purpose, it eliminates your call reluctance. So now you find doing selling by phone more enjoyable. So we're going to do selling by phone when you come back. Quick break. Any questions from what we did in the first section?
At some point, can you talk more about how to be fun to hang out with?
Well, it's a great question. How to fun to be hang out with is hang out with people you enjoy being with would be number one. And two is just be yourself. Sometimes losing the filter is okay. You don't have to have the filter all the time, right? And the good thing about great brokers, they have no filter. I mean, if you ever think about some of the best brokers you know, you say, I can't believe she said that. I can't believe he said that. Because they're so candid, they're so direct. And so just be you and try to do business with people you enjoy doing business with. I've said this for years, but the first time I heard it was Tom Joyce in DC. My clients are my friends and my friends are my clients. And as soon as he told me that, I said, Tom, I love that. My clients are my friends and my friends are my client. You want to have more fun hanging out with people, hang out with your friends that happen to be your clients. They oftentimes will start as your client, but then eventually they'll become your friend. All right, let's take a quick 8-minute break, 8 minutes, and then we do selling by phone when you come back.
We use Constack. What I hate now is that my broker won't want to use, he doesn't want to renew his CoStar.
Ooh.
And I just let KW Commercial go to Brockway. But I'm like, we need CoStar because I used to use it all the time. I would send them comps, but a lot of times, like I said, it's just the accuracy. I feel that, or if I know it didn't sell for that, I may, try to say something about it or make a change, but a lot of times they're not as accurate, and it's frustrating.
And clients want to know you're using CoStar. Clients want you to use CoStar.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the challenges. They've got this sort of lock on.
If me, you, and another guy in our office want to use CoStar, but your broker doesn't, guess what? We don't get CoStar because the broker has to have an account first.
We've seen more and more firms, because the CoStar and LoopNet have gotten so expensive, that the firm will pay a portion of it, but they're no longer paying for the whole thing. And I'm even amazed at some of the national firms that the broker when multifamily brokers list an apartment complex while they're still pulling their package together and they're offering memorandums, they'll do an e-teaser, which is we've just listed this property, more information to come. So that's an e-teaser. An e-comp is a closed transaction that can go out in one of two ways. Lots of details, but you'll get very little tell me more about it because you put so much in there. An e-comp teaser is that text message I showed you. A shopping center like yours just sold to an out-of-market buyer. If you want more information, call me. No photograph, no sales price, no address.
Okay.
So an e-comp is sold or leased, a closed transaction. A marketing teaser is a new listing that you want to just kind of get
it out there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's go. Are we still missing a couple people, Miss Jennifer? All right. Well, let's while we're waiting for everybody else to come in, any questions? We just had Tanner just had a great question on the difference between an e-comp, an e-comp teaser, and then marketing teasers.
I was just asking about those two.
Okay.
And e-com teaser, they seem so similar.
Well then I'll be succinct. The difference between an e-comp and an e-comp teaser. An e-comp teaser has no address, no sales price, nothing. It really creates a teaser. An e-comp has almost everything in there. Address, photograph, sales price, here's the buyer, here's the seller. And by the way, if we can ever help you, let us know. So e-comp tends to be more of a branding mechanism, where an e-comp teaser is a device to get people to come to you. Big difference.
And they're sent to the same people?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And matter of fact, depending on the group that you're sending it to, if you're trying to fill your pipeline, you'll send out e-comp teasers.
Yeah, I like that approach.
Because e-comps, thank you, delete.
I've noticed that, and I even find myself doing it, is putting out too much information. I'm like, this is overload.
Yeah.
I think it's overload.
Well, I tried to show you something that was too much information. All right, let's go. How long have y'all been here? Y'all been here since 8:30? No, where'd y'all come through, like the window? Did you sneak in the back way? Y'all got here at 8:30? Okay, good. We're glad to have you. When did you get here? I'm teasing. I'm kidding. Selling by phone. You ready? This is where we make rain. Now understand, in the first hour and a half, I did not say I want you to make less outbound calls, because there's a wonderful relationship between what you earn and the quality and the quantity of outbound calls you make each day. But I said there will be periods of time in your practice when you're swamped with transaction management that you know you should be making more calls, but you don't have time to do it because your time is being allocated to getting deals done. You got to get financing, you got to get an appraisal, you got to get construction drawings, you got to negotiate a lease. I mean, there's stuff to be done. And also, we become preoccupied when we're close to the end of a deal. We almost become so laser locked on the deal, we just don't have the bandwidth to do business development. But we do have the bandwidth to pop out an e-comp teaser, get 4 people to come back to us. Since they came back to us pre-qualified, we'll pick up the phone and call them. So we want you making calls. And when you look at our top of mind, easy to find pyramid, we've talked about all the different things that you can do to create brand or create interest, from electronic footprint to print to personalized, which are handwritten notes, but all these things, you don't have to wait to get to towards the top of the pyramid to do your selling by phone. Here's your selling by phone checklist. Know your ratios. If you remember in the first hour, I talked about ratios. And I get this question all the time, Mike, how many outbound calls should I make before I have a good conversation? That depends on the velocity in your marketplace, the product that you're working in, and your experience level. You give me a really talented broker, good social skills, 10, 15 years in the business. What do you think? 3 to 1, maybe? You know, because people know who they are, You know, John Jackson, Tim Goslin. I bet you for every 3 or 4 calls they make, they have a good conversation. Who's in this business less than 2 years? You could be 18 to 1. It could be ugly. I mean, it could be lots of calls and you're lucky to leave a voicemail. Sometimes they won't even put you into voicemail, right? They're not interested, right? I mean, it's demoralizing, but the ratio is different. So know your ratios. Next, organize the contact list. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Don't organize your call list alphabetically. And here's the reason why. You'll start off with A and then B, and then sometimes you never get to the zingers, to the Z's. Here's how I organize my list. The first 3 or 4 calls are always those who love me. Not necessarily relatives, but people that I've done business with that will take my call and I'll have a good conversation. Fair enough? Those are always the first 2 or 3. And the reason, I don't want to call the first 2 or 3 people who I do not know, who might give me a hard time, who will demoralize me. I don't want to start there. I want to start with Mike, you know, how's the family doing? And what's Jordy up to? And, you know, that kind of stuff. That kind of gives you a sense of confidence. Then when I get to call 4 through 10, 4 through 12, then I'm going to call those that I need to call that don't know who I am, that I'd like to do business with. 15 through 25 on my list ideally would be 25 prospects, would be those that if I don't get to them, it's not the end of the world. It might be to follow up. It might be to expand the relationship. And truth be known, sometimes I never get past 20. I just get tired and I don't want to make one more call. Fair enough? My ratio tends to be 5 to 1. My math is done on 5 to 1, that I've got to make 5 calls because most of my prospects or existing clients know why I'm calling. It's to sell them videos, more training. I'm going to be in town. Yes, sir.
So is that all in one block, like for those 25, or are you splitting them up between like?
Oh no, there's no splitting. Once you split, you never get to the rest of the list.
Yeah, I mean, like as like a young guy, like obviously we're making more than 25. So like, are you just?
Well, then how many's on your list? How many's on your list?
What do you mean? How many?
Well, there's 25 on mine. How big is your list?
Like of all of them, or just?
No. Like let's say.
Oh, they're like 100.
Well, yeah, that'd have to be split up. I mean, to really give it quality. But this is me philosophically. I'm more concerned about the conversion. How many meaningful conversations did you end up with is more important. And when you have 100 on a list, you sometimes are so anxious to get through the list, you're not doing the necessary research to improve the conversion. See, and I'm going to show you that when I call somebody, I'm going to go to their LinkedIn, I'm going to go to their Facebook, I'm going to go to their company website. I'm going to spend 3, 4, 5 minutes. If I had 100, it's statistical. It's just going through the list and hoping something works out. I think that if you do a little more homework, send something in advance of the call so your name sounds familiar to them, you'll end up with more conversations even though the number of outbound calls were less. Does that make sense? And so I'm of the philosophy, fewer calls can be better. If you put in the work first, you might have better results, which we're going to talk about right now. Because results is what's most important to me. Research, Lipsy 55, I'm going to show you that in just a second. You want to eliminate call reluctance forever? Have a solid, legitimate purpose to calling the prospect. Have a reason to call the prospect and you won't suffer from call reluctance. That's the number one way to get rid of call reluctance. Have a legitimate reason that you know that they want to expand in your marketplace, that they want to know about a recent transaction. We'll talk about what all those things are in just a minute. The plan to get past the gatekeeper is the same as the purpose. Unless you're Jerry Seinfeld, and some of you all have such a great sense of humor and such a great personality, you're so smooth, you're able to get past the gatekeeper. But for the majority of us, to get past the gatekeeper, you have to have something that is really of value to the person that you're calling. That tends to be the best way. And have a sincere, don't you ever tell a gatekeeper, it's important, it's personal. You want to offend somebody, you'll never get past the gatekeeper. Use the same charm that's been getting you by all these years. Use that same charm on the gatekeeper. The reason I'm calling Jordan is there's a property that's sold that's very similar to his. I think you would have an interest in knowing the details. That's why I'm calling. And the gatekeeper will say, Jordan, it's Mike Lipsy on the phone. He has it sounds like a comparable, very similar to your property. Yeah, put him through. That's how you get past the gatekeeper. It's not by being obnoxious. You know, some of you, I know nobody in this room, that you've been put into voicemail 5 times. So now you're up and unhappy. Now you're exasperated. You've heard this before, haven't you? Where you're 23 and you're leaving this firm voicemail that I've called multiple times and you've not returned my call. Have you ever heard those before, Tim, in all the years you've been training? Saying, have you lost your mind? This person will never call you back now. What have you done? You can't, people ask me all the time, when do I stop calling prospects? Before I even tell you, you know what the answer is, don't you? Never. If they're a prospect and they're legitimate, never. One of my favorite introductions is where I've called on somebody for 10 years, which demonstrates how dense I am. But I've called on them, I am doofus, and I've called them for 10 years, and they bring me in. And they said, the reason I brought in Mike Lipsy is he doesn't get it. He has been calling on me for years. I've lost count, and he just hasn't given up. And if he can inspire you to do the same thing, he's done a good job today. Which has just got to be, don't take anything personally. Don't let it hurt your feelings. When you call people and they're rude, they're not being rude to you. It's a bad time to be talking to them. But you can't take it personally. Yes, sir. And don't you ever put in the note section, SOB, bad, because you'll look at that in the note section and I know exactly what's going to happen. You'll never call them again.
The term I use for that, persistence over resistance.
I like that, persistent over resistant. Jennifer, write that down. You got that? CCS. That's a client-centric statement. Years ago when you were trained by Xerox face-to-face, it was called IBS, Introductory Benefit Statement. But we now have changed it to where it's customized. It's a CCS. It's a customized client-centric statement. No scripts. And the reason we don't want you sounding like robots when you call prospects, where you're saying the exact same thing to everybody, because the client knows when it sounds duplicated. So we want it to be individualized, and we're going to give you some examples in just a couple minutes. And then we're going to talk about our tools of Runs Clear and Lipsy 55. Lipsy 55. Harv McKay wrote a book called Swim with Sharks. In the back of the book, he had what was called McKay 66. He says, if you know more about your prospects than your competitor, you will do more business with them. And I believe that to be true. So years ago, we created what's called Lipsy 55. We want this to be an attachment to the contact record of the prospect that you're calling. Again, here's my dear friend Tom Joyce's quote, my clients are my friends and my friends are my clients. So before I make a call to a person who I've never spoken with before, I fill out as much as I possibly can of Lipsy 55. And typically that's 8, maybe 10 data points. It's not all 55. You probably won't fill out most of them until you know this person for a couple of years. But you can fill out enough of them. And the reason why is you do not want to have a broker-centric conversation. You want to make sure you know enough about this prospect, about their background, their job history, their employment history, where they went to school, what their interests might be, so that you can use those social skills that you've had since kindergarten to develop rapport with the prospect. Remember, the first objective when you get a person on the phone is rapport. It's not about telling them about your listing. I cannot believe some of you they don't know who you are, and you're saying the reason I'm calling is to talk to you about a listing they have right down the street. That might work, but if you really take the long view of this business, it's about rapport is first. And then I'm going to talk about listings down the street, but take the first 2 or 3 minutes to establish rapport and to get them to want to do business with you. And so, listen, I appreciate your aggressiveness and I love it, but sometimes it's not as successful as be a little more patient. Take a little time to develop, as I forgot what the slogan used to be, get a feeling for their soul, which is kind of an interesting way to express it, but get a feeling for this person. And so I fill out as much as I possibly can. Yes, sir.
So, I guess the counter to that is a lot of people have, differing opinions on it, right? Like, one build rapport, but the other, the difference between that is, some people say just get right to the point. Hey, I'm calling from CB, calling about your leads, right? Because some of these are CFOs, CEOs that just don't have much time and they just want to get you on and off the call. So it's like, how do you play that game? How do you
But after rapport, what's second? What did I say was after rapport? Momentum. But guess what? You're going to get much better traction with 1 minute of rapport than no rapport. If I call a COO, a CFO, I'll tell you a great story. So I'm calling a very senior person that I go to their LinkedIn, and I see that he had gone to the Naval Academy, and he was a helicopter pilot, and he was a pilot for President One, you know, the helicopter. He was a Marine. He was a Marine aviator. He was a Marine aviator, right? And he was in Dallas, and it was so weird. I saw the years that he was in the Marine Corps doing the presidential helicopter. Was the same year that Bo, right next to our office is the city of Altamont, and then right next to them is where the Marines do their recruiting for Altamont Springs, Florida. And we used to take their families out for barbecue, and we got to know one another, and they were delightful. These were the recruiters. Bo was the chief, whatever you call it, crew chief for the helicopter, for the president. He had photographs with, I guess it was maybe George Bush, the son. So I get the guy on the phone. I said, listen, before we get started, I'm just asking you, did you know Bo so-and-so? Because the Marines have the recruiting station right next to us. He says, I haven't heard that name in years. He was my crew chief. Well, I knew they were there at the same time. Well, how do you think the balance of the call went, just between you and me? How long did that take? And when you really get good at it, it doesn't take long. But that is a much better place to start than I want to talk to you about your lease expiring. Are you with me? You got to have the bridge. No bridge, you might cross the channel, but it's tougher. But I find with the bridge, everything accelerates. And I'm everything about momentum. But I understand by having that first minute is critical. That first minute, if you learn how to handle that first minute, your career is going to be unbelievable. You mastered the first minute. Matter of fact, we need to do a program called The First Minute. We really do, because I have been convinced for years and years. What did you do in the first? What research and homework did you do in that first? That's why Lipsy 55 is so important. Jennifer will tell you that I have a short attention span. I delegate a lot of stuff. Sophia, I guess, will tell you the same thing now. Except one thing, I do my own research. I do my own research. You want to know why? Because as soon as I see the bridge, I just say, I see it. I see exactly what I'm going to say when I get this person on the phone. I just see it. I know exactly what needs to be said. That's got to be as good as Jennifer is. She might not see the bridge. You might guess at it, but I see it immediately. And so that's why that first minute's so important. I'm not saying 10 minutes of chit chat where you waste your time, just that first minute. So this is Lipsy 55, and this needs to be attached to the contact record. But the reason is you're going to go through to find out what is the connection. What is the connection that I can zing and rotate into the reason I'm calling? All right. Now the one thing sometimes what happens is you sometimes will get some prospects that are chatty. Know how to manage that because you don't want to spend too much time. So you want to make sure that you're managing the length of the phone call because you don't want to use up the whole 8 minutes talking about when he flew the president around, which wasn't this guy, by the way. It's interesting that you use the term, they're in a hurry. When I'm on the phone, I'm listening to their style. Are they rapid fire, boom, 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 get to the point? Are they more deliberate? Do they come from an engineering or an accounting background where details are important? Do they come from a sales background, just get to it as fast as you possibly can? Somebody else will worry about the details. You with me? So I am mindful of what is their cognitive type. You know, I don't teach pacing and mirroring. Many of you have taken NLP. But, you know, I'm mindful of, you know, do they speak fast? Do they speak slow? I used to have a wonderful client in Toronto. This guy spoke so slow. And I don't talk that slow. I had to have on the top of his contact record, speak slowly. Because I knew I must be irritating him by wanting to get to the point of the call so fast. He wanted to lay the groundwork and how you been doing and have you been to Canada recently? Are you with me? And guess what? You can't be rude. You got to be mindful that my personality is to enter their world. They will never enter your world. So what can I do to adapt to the person that I'm calling? But you need to be mindful of that, all right? So this is my research. LinkedIn is first. That's my first stop. So when I'm calling a prospect for the first time who I do not know, LinkedIn is the first stop on my train. And I go there, and Jennifer has to show me this like once a month and retrain me. There's a way that you can print out without all that stuff, just the like the CV or the biographical information. You know what I'm talking about? And I normally want the first 3 pages. I definitely want their photograph. I definitely want if they were military, where they went to school, what their interests might be. And I staple that. I'm a manual guy. Yes, sir. Abraham, you had a question.
Really quick. Yes, lately when I call prospects, I try to, if I leave a voicemail, I send them a LinkedIn request and I tell them that I did on the voicemail. And lately I've been getting all of them accepted when I didn't before.
Very cool.
Is that rapport?
Well, I don't know if that's report, but I agree with you 100%. Don't send a LinkedIn invite after you've talked to them or you call them. That's got to be sent before. Because if you send out the LinkedIn invite before and you see they've accepted it, you know they maybe took 30 seconds to say, who is this person? Oh, I see they're both in commercial real estate. Some brokers send it after they've had a conversation. I always send mine before. Is that what you were saying you're doing? You send it before or after the call?
I guess a little bit of both.
I like before.
If I get a voicemail, if I get their voicemail and I don't talk to them, then I send it.
Well, so you're saying you might, it sounds like you're sending it out before you talk to them.
Yes.
I send it out to them before I even make the call. But either way, I think it's cool. So I go to LinkedIn. It's amazing what's in LinkedIn. I go to Facebook. And I don't even know how to use Facebook. Jennifer will tell you, I don't know how to post a photograph. I don't know how to use it. But I want to see this person, and I'm going to show you some examples in just a minute. I then go to their company website, which unfortunately says so little. You learn so little, and some company websites have said, listen, we're going to make it impossible for anyone to find out anything about our people. I mean, and I don't think they do it intentionally. It's just a bad website, you know. And then I go to Google and I put their name into Google. I'm going to show you some stuff in just a minute, how we do that. And then I want to find out who I know that might know this person that can make an introduction. I get this question all the time. How often do I look for referrals? Not that often. How often do I get introductions? All the time. I use that leverage all the time. Who do I know that knows you that can make the introduction? Does that make sense? And I'm all the time. Would you be kind enough to call him or send him an email? Tell him I'll be calling him later today and I'm a good guy. We do a lot of work together. And he says, sure. Or she says, sure. And I do that all the time. But you want to find out who you have mutual contacts because I love the conversation. You know, you and I both know Bob Smith. I can't believe that, you know, we've never had a chance to meet. You know what? Bob and I were just on the phone. Boom. That's a good way to begin a conversation. So this is a dear, dear friend of mine, Tom Bakke, ran leasing for Equity Office for years and years and years before it was sold to Blackstone, and he stayed with them for 3 years after the sale. He was responsible for 150 million square feet. This is only the first page, but if you look at Tom, he went to the Naval Academy, and not only did he go to the Naval Academy, he was a Top Gun pilot, flew F-14s, and has lots of other interests. I don't think he has missed an Army-Navy game since he's been at the Academy. And if you wanted to begin a conversation with Tom, not a bad place would be is, you know, Tom, before I get started, I don't want to get on the wrong foot. I am Army, and I don't, you know, I do root for Army. He says, man, what did you think of the game? Was that crazy last year? That's what, and he's enthusiastic, okay? That's what you would know to say when you got him on the phone. You got it? You'd say something, it could be using your sense of humor, but then it would break the ice. Boom, now the purpose of the call. And Adam, it only took a minute to do it. But you got to really understand how much research do I need to do for the bridge? Because you want to make sure you and I have something that is really of value, that is of importance. All right? He's got a master's from MIT. Now here's Jim Trobaugh. Who's with CB? Jim is the labor analytics guy at CB. He wrote the book on labor analytics. As a matter of fact, his team started off as a call center team. But if, let's say, you wanted to do some work with his team, and he's got probably about a 10 or 12 person team in Phoenix, Arizona, Facebook. I think this is Facebook, isn't it? So this is, look what you can learn on one page. He's from Minnesota, which he sounds like a guy from the upper Midwest when you get him on the phone. Went to Arizona State, all right? He's been at CB since 1989, all right? And that's just on the first page. And then you can find out about his family. He posts a lot of stuff. He travels with his wife and grandchildren. And, you know, all of a sudden when you call him, you say, I kind of know this person. And that's what you want. You don't want, and that's the challenge with 100 calls. The problem, Daniel, with 100 calls is it's tough to do that much research, isn't it?
Yeah.
But now you're going through all these calls and it's just statistical.
Do you leave, okay, what's your, I'm a young guy, so I mean, it could be completely different. What's your opinion on leaving voicemails?
I leave voicemails, but I do what, I forgot who it was that said over here, David or somebody. I immediately send an email that says, Daniel, I just left your voicemail. It's reference to your announcement that you're opening up 2 locations between now and the end of the year. And you got to limit your voicemail to 4 or 5. No one will ever call you back on the voicemail, but it enhances your brand if you're succinct and to the point and the purpose is in there. But then I follow up immediately with an email. When is the best time to call you and on what number? So that's in my email. Oftentimes they'll respond to that email, but they never respond to the voicemail. But if you were on my team, this is me now, and I don't want to go against your team leader, but I wouldn't have you making 100 calls a day. You know, that's me. I'd say let's try an appetite of 25, but I want you to do your homework, and on each and every one, what is the bridge? What is the connection you're going to make to this prospect? And what's the purpose of the call? You got it? So now when you get the gatekeeper on the phone, you've got a purpose to the call. You've increased the likelihood of getting the decision maker, so there's fewer voicemails. And now you've got a wonderful segue into a meaningful conversation. You with me so far? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you're 25, you're my way, you're 100 your way, you got more meetings. Which is, what do you really want? The fact that you made 100 calls and you talked to 2 people and know me? I'm not, this is not for you. This is for the philosophy. It's important that you understand, because there's a lot of people that just think, "Why?" Now, if you were a tenant rep broker in New York and you're 15 years in, you're still making 50 calls a day. It's the nature of the beast in New York, or in a lot of the major cities. This is my call list. Now, Jennifer, you did a bunch of fiction on this, didn't you? Yeah, this is fiction, but this is legit in its layout. For years, I tried to do the phone call directory out of our CRM. It looked too automated to me, and I'm an analog kind of a guy. And so I leave this call list with 25 names in the center of my desk. It's the last thing I do in the evening, because when I come in the next morning, I want it waiting for me. So I can't put it off. I got to put my headset on, and I got to get with it. And then what I do is I take notes on this piece of paper, several pieces of paper, and I want you to know, if I didn't know Jose and I had never met Kim, behind this sheet are the first 3 pages from LinkedIn for each one stapled. Can you visualize that? So I don't know Jose and I don't know Kim, and I'm calling them today. And you see, I know Alex, Mark, and Allison, so those are the ones that love me. We're going to have a nice conversation. Jose and Kim are the ones that I'm going to really, new prospects that I don't know. Those are the ones that I now print out at least three pages LinkedIn, and sometimes from their company website, but 9 times out of 10 it's LinkedIn because their stuff's so good. And I've taken notes, and you can see my highlighter on the bridge. I mean, sometimes it's just one page. You just see, boom, I see what Lipsy did. Boom. If you see my highlighter, you see the bridge. I can see where Lipsy is going to start the conversation. Which should be the same way if I'm looking over your shoulder, how are you going to begin the conversation? Is it I want to talk to you about the listing I have down the street? You and every other broker that's making that call? Alternatively, because you're much younger than I am, this is probably the way you're doing your list. You've spoken to a bunch of people over the last 90 days and they told you to call back today, and so this is what your phone list might look like, all right? So just... Oh, so this is you. This is your list. All right, so let's say y'all got back to your office and you wanted to call everybody that was in the class to send you referrals in your marketplace. And so you would create a group which was your class. This is exactly what this was. That's why groups are so important. Because you just bring everybody into your CRM and you don't put them into a group. I don't know how you then reconstitute this group. I've already said this. There's a relationship between your threshold to embarrassment and earnings. I have learned after all these many years, Tim, this is the first time I think I'm about ready to say this in 45 years. IQ is not that important. It's FQ. FQ is failure quotient. The doofus that just keeps getting back up on the phone is the one that makes the best brokers. The ones that are a little sensitive, they didn't like me. They didn't hurt my feelings. Hung up on me. FQ, boop. Let me go call another person. It's FQ. I am convinced that the person that just knows how to get back up again and make the calls. And so I find, though, that if you do good homework and have a purpose of the call, then your FQ is going to be better. We've already talked about this. Here we go. Here is my yellow brick road to being pretty good on selling my phone. First, it begins with research. Then it begins with a plan to get past the gatekeeper, which tends to be a legitimate purpose of the call. We want to make sure that you have developed a client-centric statement, a CCS. A CCS is to ensure that this call demonstrates to the prospect, I'm calling about you, not me. Let me give you an example. I'm calling on Liberty Property, who I now think is owned by Prologis, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they used to be, don't confuse them, Rouse, but different than the retail Rouse. And this Liberty Property is out of Pennsylvania. And so Joe Denny, many years ago, was the chief operating officer. And I go to their website, and I see on their website that they have modernized their mission statement, which now says, we want to exceed the expectations of those who occupy space in our office and industrial buildings, while at the same time we want to exceed the expectations of all those who have invested in Liberty Property. So I called Joe, and he's a tough COO. Joe Denny, he answers on the phone. Joe, Mike, listen, Mike, I am really busy. What you got, man? I said, Joe, here's why I'm calling. I want to talk to you about some of the ways we can help you exceed the expectations of those who occupy space in your office and industrial buildings. And I also want to talk to you about some of the ways we can help you exceed the expectations of those who've invested in Liberty Property. He says, stop. Stop. He said it twice. Mike, with what you've just said, you and I are in perfect alignment. That is the purpose of a CCS. They will never tell you this. I couldn't believe that Joe actually said we're in perfect alignment, but it validated the importance of a CCS. Mike, that is what's most important to us, finding a way to exceed the expectations of those who occupy space. He did not say to me, as no one has ever said to me, and I mean no one, oh, Mike, that's my mission statement. They've never said that to me. They just said, you know what? You understand our values. That's another way of saying we're in alignment. So if you can't figure out what to say, just do your homework. What is their vision statement? What is their mission statement? And find a skillful way to integrate it into your CCS. So make sure it's skillful. Don't make it, it's sappy. Let's have some fun. I'm going to call on 2 or 3 of you, volunteer if you want. I want you to imagine that you've gotten a prospect on the phone and you've done your homework and you know it's important to them. And you would say, Mike, I just want to try and emphasize this CCS, this client-centric statement. Y'all with me? So just write something down and saying, there's a real prospect that I know something about them. If I got them on the phone and it was the first time I was calling, knowing what I know now, here's what I would say. And with me saying it that way, boom, we would have instant rapport. You understand what the assignment is? I want you to develop a CCS, which is a client-centric statement. I want you to imagine that you're calling a prospect that you know a good bit about, but you've never spoken with them. And they say hello. What would be the first dozen words? And by you saying this, they would think, whoa, this person has done their homework. They know what's important to us. Do you all understand the assignment? Yes or no? You got 60 seconds. Do it. An example would be you saw in the paper that someone is opening up a new location. Here, Jennifer, I think we put a couple of examples in here, didn't we? Oh, that's the rotating. Example would be, I just finished reading an article that you're looking to open up 2 locations between now and the end of the year, CCS. I understand that you've just acquired a property in Tampa, 100,000 square feet, which is a wonderful addition to your portfolio. Example of a CCS. I understand you just disposed of your 200-unit apartment complex in Arlington. It's just an expression of, I know something that you've recently done or would like to do that demonstrates you've done your homework. All right, who wants to go first? Come on. All right, well, yeah. Well, Nathan, you're going first because I know you. I know you're going to do a good job.
Hey Tom, I know you've got several projects downtown under construction, and you need to sell some of your multifamily. I'd like to talk to you about some of the multifamily I've recently sold.
All right, now watch carefully. That's a lot of stuff in the CCS. You might have been better off, and you don't want to go to I've just sold, because you start off going client-centric, but before you even finish, where are you now? Broker-centric. Yeah, you can't. You got to wait. You got to keep that powder dry. And matter of fact, just about the new developments is a good place to start. You don't need to go from good development, new development downtown, to multifamily, to I just sold something. You got 3 things going on, and really what should be one significant. So let's take the first 2. What's more important, their multifamily or their new development? Their new development? New development. All right. Is there one property in particular that that is getting close to completion? So let's just start there. So let's start on the new development. That I understand you're finishing a bill. Just start right there. Let's go again. Give me CCS and just focus on the new development.
Hey Tom, I know you're working on some new projects under construction downtown.
That's so general, be specific.
The Phoenix building downtown where you're putting a restaurant.
There you go. And then once you do that, what do you think's up next? Once you drop the CCS, what do you think's next? An open probe rotation to a question like, exactly how has the leasing been going over there? Have you made it? Tell me about the restaurant that you're going to be. So you got to go to an open probe question. Because if you go CCS, rotate to an open probe, who is now talking? Which is what you need. You want to be able to get them talking to you as quickly as you possibly can, but you got to make sure you begin the conversation with a significant CCS. I've done my homework, but rotate to a sincere open probe question. All right? Who volunteered? I saw somebody wanted to volunteer. Yeah, go ahead, Houston.
I'm just going to go off of exactly how the call went.
Just go with the CCS.
Okay. Hey Marvy, this is Houston. I just want to say I was really fascinated by your new build of the Caroline off of NASA Parkway. Do you have any other assets you'd be looking to leverage at this moment?
Well, watch carefully. I loved your CCS, but then you went to a question which was a closed probe question, because I could have answered it yes or no, right? I could have said, no, I don't have any other assets. So now what do you have to do? Come back with another question. Alternatively, you could have asked an open probe question, which is going to have a nice, expansive response. Try it again. Give me the CCS, but I want an open probing question, not a closed probe.
Change one word.
Give me the CCS again.
Okay. Hey Marvy, this is Houston. I was fascinated by the build of the Caroline off of NASA Parkway.
Stop right there. All right. Now rotate to a nice open probe question that you can get some feedback from it. How did you choose those colors? How long? What was your development line? Something that legit question, but that's open. Describe. A good way is to start with describe, tell me about. Those are always when I know you're about ready to ask an open probe. I just want the question.
Tell me about the developer that you used to build this beautiful.
Yeah, that kind of works for me. And now they're telling you about the do. All right. Who else wants to go? Jordana, you want to try it?
So I do agency leasing, like
You say again?
I do agency leasing, so this is kind of positioned in that.
Okay, so you calling a landlord or a tenant?
For the landlord.
Call me.
All right, so, hey, I saw your quarterly earnings report, and I wanted to discuss a strategy to lease up the building.
Where are you going? In the same breath, by the way. You didn't even take a breath. You tell me about, you read my quarterly earnings, which I'm impressed, and now what are you doing? You're selling me on your strategy, right? You can't go there that soon. You got to be patient. You got to take a minute. So now I want this. I want a CCS. I listened to your quarterly earnings. I was intrigued by your increase in occupancy. You know, describe to me, if you would, exactly what strategy you put in place to make sure you got that kind of lease up. You got to rotate to the open probe question. Yes, sir. I think we had a question right here. Yes, sir. Oh, I'll come back right back. Let's try it again. One more time. Repetition's the mother of skill. Let's do it. Come on.
All right, so just,
I saw your quarterly earnings.
I saw your quarterly earnings report. I was intrigued on your goals to liquidate the building in the next 2 years.
That's almost a statement, not a question, right? See, so this takes practice, doesn't it? You see, this ain't just saying, well, whoa, I thought this was going to be easy. CCS rotates an open probe. You know, what's up? What's the big deal with that? This, to get it right, you master this. I do exaggerate. The effect on your business is going to be huge. If you ever think about who are the best producers in your office, they're good on the phone. They are really gifted on the phone, but this takes a little practice. Let's go.
Hey, Wendy, I recently read an article in regards to you attracting younger workforce. How are your current locations in your portfolio helping attract younger people?
But you could do that, but you would say, describe to me how the best locations have enabled you to recruit more effectively. Mm-hmm. So try it again. Let's do it again.
Hey, Wendy, it's Daniel. I recently read an article in regards to you attracting a younger workforce. Are there any certain locations?
No. Any other, that's closed, about going closed probe. No, there's no other. Describe, share with me, tell me about. Those, whenever you give me those phrases at the beginning of a question, I know it's an open probe.
So like say describe this?
Describe to me the perfect locations that really has enhanced your recruiting or your retention. You see how that works? Mm-hmm. Now they're talking to you, but you're listening for the window to transition to why the purpose that you're calling. But you can't move there too fast because what happens is, you know, it's another sales call. Establish rapport first. Yes, sir. You want to try it?
I'll try it.
No, let's do it.
Okay, I'll do it. Hello, Max. Loved your new the photos of the pyramid mixed-use development in Orlando downtown in the Opportunity Zone. We're listing 18.
No! Oh, God. It's me. It's me. I know it's me. Why do you want to sell so fast? You can't do that. Every one of you are doing it. That's why statistically you're not getting a lot of meetings. You sound like everybody that's calling this prospect. You must.
I wanted to ask him about what excites him about such projects.
I heard a little selling taking place. Did I not? Come on now. Did I? Well, tell me to be honest. Yeah, Mike, you're right. Let's try it again. Maybe you're right. Let's try it again. Give us from the top. Go.
All right, I'll delete that.
No. Well, go ahead, delete it. Let's do it again. Let's do it right.
Thank you. Hello, Max. Love the new photos about your new project in Orlando, downtown Opportunity Zone. It's really exciting. Wondering what criteria is excites you about such projects?
That's pretty good. You went to a good CCS and then you rotated to really an open. You know, what excites you about these types of projects? Yeah. You know, but it's the best practice you've got to master, and it will get better. But you'll know it's better because you're saying the same number of calls I'm making end up with more meetings. That's all you need to know, that I'm doing a better job. It's going to feel a little rusty to begin with. All right. Then, while I'm listening to the prospect, not every prospect you have on the phone is qualified. Not every prospect on the phone should you set a meeting to go show a property. The fact that they took your call does not mean you should take them to lunch. You should if they're qualified. I can't tell you how often brokers that were in my class 20, 25 years ago, and Tim said such kind things, and I appreciate it, they'd come up to me, they open up their wallet, and they pull out, for years and years, we had the laminated runs clear, what then at that time was nuclear, or whatever the hell we called it, laminated, and they might I still use this. This is the needs analysis tool that we want attached to the contact record. That when you get a prospect on the phone, resources, can they perform financially? The fact that they took your call does not mean they have enough equity, a line of credit, enough dry powder to do a deal. But you need to ask the questions to find out, can they perform financially? Urgency. What's driving the urgency? Lease expiration, mortgage due date, partnership dissolving, fund liquidating. There's lots of things that drive it. There's lots of things that don't drive it, where there might not be any urgency. I love this property. It's throwing off all kinds of cash flow. I don't think in my lifetime I would ever sell this property. Needs, more space, more natural light, more amenities. I need, you know what, I'm tired of doing multifamily. I want to get into net lease. I can't take one more day of managing all these residents. Services for a fee. I need a BOV. I need lease administration. I need property management. I need construction management. The list goes on and on and on. Causes, that's pain or discomfort. We've just lost our major tenant. We have no candidates to backfill, and I do not have enough capital to do the TI that would be required. I'm willing to liquidate this property and get out of it because this thing could be just an awful experience until we do get it leased. You know what? We've lost many of our employees because we just don't have the amenities close by to give them the services that they want. We need to find a new location. Loyalty. Do they know you, your firm, or are they committed to your competitor? Expectations. This is the money question, which we'll talk about either tomorrow or the next day. This is one of the most important questions. Share with me the 3 most important objectives that you have as it relates to us doing business together. That's the money question. Share with me the 3 most important objectives that you have as it relates to listing this property. That's the money question. Authority. How are decisions made in your organization? By committee, by individual, and then the final category is revenue. This category is for you. Based upon what you learned in the first 8 categories, how much would you make off of this assignment and how long would it take?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So let's say you engage a prospect, and this happens to me a lot, where you make good contact and you have good rapport, everything's going well, but what they're looking for is, smaller size. How do you handle that? Because, while kind of going through the day-to-day and everything else you're doing, that kind of takes you off the track of, you have to now spend time managing that smaller transaction.
Yeah.
Which also massage the relationship.
Great question. I'll answer that.
Those that come up within, a couple of weeks. How do you?
Great. I'm going to answer that 1 minute.
Sure.
Great question. And let me tell you how we answer that question. Each category is going to be scored 1 to 5. All right? And so the perfect prospect would be a 45. 9 categories, they scored a 5 in each category. That is the perfect prospect, which there's very few of. That would be nirvana. A goat rodeo would be the prospect who scored a 1 in each category. That person would be a 9. That is a complete waste of time. But many of you who are new to the business don't realize they're a 9, and you go meet with them. Or you meet them at the property and show them the property, which nothing will ever be done with this prospect because they're just not qualified. But then prospects fall in between. And Abraham, to answer your question, you could possibly have a prospect who scored a 5 in 7 categories, but in 1 category they scored a 1, which was authority, which was resources, which a deal is not going to be done. So sometimes you can be deceived by their total score is solid, but there's 1 category that they're low. Years ago, there might be only 2 of you in here. Who was in the business before '86 in here? No one. Me. I was a CCIM instructor. I taught 100 CCIM courses from, I guess, 81 to 90. In 1986, we had a change in the tax reform. And it changed our world. Before, people would come up to you and say, could you sell me a property that I could lose a lot of money? And that would be great because They then wouldn't have to pay ordinary income, and it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. So in 1986, that whole thing changed. So in 1987, we started partitioning the internal rate of return. That we said, well, the IRR is not going to be coming from tax benefits now, starting in 87. It's going to be coming from reversion or appreciation or cash flow. Are you with me? So we would look at the IRR and actually take a microscope to it and say, kind of on an allocated basis, where is the IRR, where is it coming from? Does that make sense? This is the same tool, but this is the human side of the business. And is there one place, to answer your question, that is so low, everything else is so good, we just might not be able to do a deal? Or is there a way that I can say, listen, I understand you don't have the direct authority to list the property with us, but how can you help us get the listing? Does that make sense? So at least you can be more conscious of how do I move this opportunity forward if the person you're working, listen, I understand that you don't have enough cash on hand, but how would you finance this deal? How would you finance your relocation cost? So now you can ask the tough question to find out, is there a solution to getting this done? Does that make sense? So,
Someone above him that can make that.
yeah. So this is one of our absolute favorite tools, particularly if this is attached to the contact record. Now let's have some fun because I need to turn it over to Tim in just a minute. Let me have a sheet of paper. No, give me your book. Let me see your pen. Do you want me to be a tenant or a seller of an investment property? What do you want me to be? Tenant? Seller. Who wants me to be a seller? You want me to retail, office, multifamily? Industrial. I am the owner of a nice industrial property, multi-tenanted. You've never spoken with me on the phone, but you're going to call me and do a needs analysis. You can ask me any question that you want, and based upon the response I give you, you will give me a score of 1 through 5 and then total me. The person that comes closest to the number that I've written down on that piece of paper, which cannot be changed, will win. So I am what you think I'm the owner of the property. I might be the property manager. You don't know till you'll ask me. But you can ask me any question you want. I'll give you 3 minutes. Then I'll say time. Then you'll say, based upon the words, resources, this is a 3, this is a 4, this is a 5. Then you total me up. I can't be lower than 9. I can't be higher than a 45. Do you all understand the assignment? Ask me any question you want. Go. Mike Lipsy. Hello?
Mike, I understand you're looking to sell your industrial property.
No, I don't know about that. I mean, I own an industrial property, which we've owned for several years. Next question. Come on, let's go.
Well,
you win more assignments, not by the statements you make, but the questions you ask. Let's hear the questions. Go.
Are there any pain points with owning this property?
Other than not knowing what to do with the cash flow, would you consider that a pain point? Huh? I mean, the property is just like, when I bought this property, I never thought we'd be getting the rents that we're getting today. I mean, it's crazy time. So there's no pain points other than there's a lot of cash flow from my perspective. Yes. Other questions? Yeah.
Mike, would you and your partners be willing to do a follow-up call to discuss comps? Recent comps of building sales?
Well, I got 2 partners. They're orthopedists. I don't know if they've ever even seen the property. And so there's no reason if you're going to have a call, it's going to be with me. They're limited partners. I'm the general partner. So I wouldn't include Bob and Mary. I mean, there's no reason to. Yes?
Do you use a property management company?
Well, no. I do. Our CPA, of course, does our accounting for the property, but it's industrial. They send me a check, and we do take care of the common area. There's still a little maintenance to do over there. It's only 250,000 square feet. To answer your question, no, there's not a property management company.
Do you work with any brokers currently?
Well, we work with brokers all the time when they bring us tenants. We pay commissions like right now. We love the tenant rep brokers, but we don't have we've been sort of self-leased, particularly the last 2 years. I hate to say this, it's been fairly easy leasing it, just waiting for the tenant rep broker. So we use the tenant reps, but we don't have a landlord rep. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed you own an industrial property, and I was wondering when do you plan on selling it?
I have no idea. I don't even know what we would sell it for, but I would be willing to have the conversation of the value, because I know this. If you don't know it, I know it. Interest rates go up, cap rates change. And so I missed the window. If I was going to sell this property, I should have done it 60 days ago, but I didn't. I still think because it's industrial and we got a fairly strong rent roll, that we can get a cap rate that is similar to what we've seen in the last 12 to 18 months. But that is a ship that's about ready to hit the horizon. You got it? So we all know where that's going. So this could be a great time for us to sell. Yes, ma'am.
Have you thought about ways to reinvest the additional cash flow?
I would not do an are you suggesting an exchange? Yeah, and I can tell you my two partners, which own 49% of it, they're both retiring in December. There's one thing they want. They want cash. They don't want any more real estate, even though they've had nothing to do with this property since the 7 years we owned it. So I'd be the only one of the partnership to talk about potentially reinvesting. They're gone. They're both retiring in December.
I would say, Mike, if in a perfect world, if you were looking to sell this particular asset, would you be the one that I would need to speak to in order to get that ball rolling, or do you have a disposition team that I need to talk to?
The disposition team, you must be kidding. It's me and two orthopedists. They're no team. It's us playing golf together once a month, and I'm going to tell them it's sold. I'm not even going to tell them I'm listing it. So there's no disposition. We're not that big. I only own 3 commercial properties. Yes, sir.
If I brought you a buyer with a price that you like, are you willing to pay the fair commission?
Well, what's the fair commission?
4 or 5%.
Well, 4 sounds better than 5. So you don't ever answer a question 4 or 5.
It's just like I didn't expect you to answer that.
Right? Do you, Tim? Because most sellers will say, well, I'd much rather pay 5. You know, now give me the choice of the 4 or the 5, I'll take the 5. They ain't going to say that. It's 5 or whatever the number is. Yes?
Okay, so it seems like this property is one that's cash flowing well. And so would you and your partners be interested in buying another property with the cash flow?
Did I?
Was that already asked?
They said what was I going to do with the proceeds, and I said my 2 partners who are orthopedists are doing what with theirs? They're retiring and do not want to retire. I mean, do not want to reinvest.
Okay.
All right. Time. Score me. 1 through 5 in each of the 9 categories. What's my total? And then I'm going to turn it over to Tim, who's going to talk about CRM. And I will tell you, we need to do this exercise again. We need work. Because this is, as you say, the 5 most important skills that I have to make a lot of money in commercial real estate, this is in the top 5. It could be the top 3. Discovery and needs analysis. And so you'll need to work on the types of questions you're asking and how you ask them. Now I know it was a classroom experience, but we got to work on it.
My number's 30.
30, huh?
19.
Who are you with? What firm are you with?
CBRE.
What city?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Radnor.
Okay.
20.
20? There's not a lot of love from you. You didn't think I was motivated?
I got a 36.
No.
I was cranky.
You aren't motivated.
Was I cranky?
Well,
Don't confuse cranky with not
I
motivated.
don't think you were motivated. You said you were making a whole bunch of cash flow. You want to sell that.
I did say something about my partners, though. What did I say about my partners? That what? That one before the value gets readjusted. That you know, it is what it is. So those were 2 important items. 2 partners, 1 out, and values are slipping away.
And you're willing to do a 1031, which.
No, I didn't say that. I don't want to do a 1031.
No, you were.
No, I don't.
Understood you were interested.
Well, I was vague there. I said my partners want to keep.
Reinvest the money. Your partners wanted cash.
But I was vague on the 1031. I never said.
You
But
were willing to reinvest the money.
let's see what my number is. Who had 29?
Right here.
You had 20, huh?
That price is right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
I knew it.
30.
Oh, I got 31.
I mean, I wasn't a 5 across the board. I wasn't a 45, but I was some 3s and some 4s. I mean, I'm a guy that you had to visit with and work. You know, wasn't that sophisticated. I had 3 properties, but I had a lot of value in this property. 250,000 square feet of industrial. You know, that's going to be a nice sale. I need to work. but I could be moved from a 30 to a 35 to 40, and who knows, maybe in the next 60 days you had yourself a nice listing. So this would have been a good call. This would have been a good call.
I think some of the things, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think some of the things that we didn't really touch on really clearly was your expectations and probably a little bit more of the needs besides the two partners that were retired.
Now say that one more time.
I think people would have been able to score a little bit better if we would have asked the right questions under expectations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's my point when I was being subtle. I guess I was so subtle y'all didn't get it. Y'all need work. Those were not great questions. I mean, some were so direct. I mean, you would never ask somebody that direct of a question in the first 2 minutes of a conversation. You follow what I'm saying? You got to lay the groundwork. You got to take a little time. Yeah. So, yes.
So to find out, I do understand about the mortgage and other stuff for the sale.
No, well, let me just say, you could have some people that are so red hot to go, you could ask those kinds of direct questions. But y'all were asking some questions. I was just thinking those questions might be a little premature. Yes, go ahead.
So for the motivation of the seller, because you're making a call.
Yeah.
And how would you know if they're going to be vague? How would you know what is their motivation is of selling it? Because it has to do with the, I mean, I know it has to do with the age. It could be, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired. It can be any reason.
Yeah.
Or they're done with the multiple.
Sometimes it takes a couple of phone calls. Sometimes it takes a call in a meeting or a meeting at Starbucks. I mean, sometimes you have to be patient to really find out what the motivation might be. You might not get it on the phone call. Oftentimes you'll do ones clear and it won't be completed. There'll be 4 or 5 blanks. All right, I need to finish up. So here are some rotating questions from the CCS to Discovery. How will you be adding to the portfolio between now and the end of the year? How are you using your existing location to better serve your clients? What amenities or services would improve your employees' performance? How does your present location enhance your ability to recruit or retain top performing staff? So these are questions that are the rotation from the CCS. Does that make sense? So you know, I don't want it scripted, but I want you to be prepared that here's going to be my CCS. I'll demonstrate I've done my homework, but what's the great question? That's what's important. What's the great question? We got a bunch of stuff in here on questioning techniques. Tim, let me just take a couple minutes more and I'm going to turn it over to you. I think we had it in here. Jennifer, we got it in here? Oh, here we go. 4 types of questions. Closed probe tactical. How many square feet do you have? When's your lease expire? Open probe tactical. How you use your space to improve your productivity. Closed probe strategic. What do you forecast for sales this year? Open probe strategic. What are the most important initiatives that you've got going on in 2022? Of the 4 types of questions which are available to today's commercial broker, which type do you ask most frequently? Of the 4 types of questions which are available to you, the real estate practitioner, which type do you ask most frequently when you're on the phone? No.
Closed probe tactical, probably.
Closed probe tactical, which gives you the least amount of information. You're asking the type of question that you learn the least, particularly motivation. When's your lease expire? How many employees you have? What part of town you want to be in? How many parking spaces do you need? Closed probe after closed. Now they feel like they've been deposed, and thank you for calling. When you could have started off with one great open probe strategic. Can you describe to me the 2 or 3 most important initiatives that your company accomplished this year? All right? And now you...
That's what you should be asking.
I've been saying that for 30 minutes now, and then I do this little exercise, and the first question you ask me is, if I could bring you a buyer, would you sell it today? Right? Am I right or wrong?
There was a question, I asked that question.
Oh, well, but you didn't have to identify yourself.
No,
We forgot.
No, but like one of the questions you mentioned that, I never asked them in real life for the first time, but one of the questions, if it was one, it's like if somebody we know in the market doesn't pay commission, and there are some, we're not going to waste our time.
And then with that question, I'm thinking this call is more important to the broker than it is to me. Because if they're more concerned about, will I pay a fee? Whoa, I don't even know who you are. Yeah. To a guy that I might like to do business with, I'd be delighted to pay a fee. All right, 10 types of questions. These are my favorite open probes. Each one has hundreds of derivatives. What do you look for in space plans? What do you look for in access? What do you look for in co-tenancy? what do you look for in ways to improve your net operating income, I could just spend 30 minutes on what do you look for. So these are sort of like the root question, and then you can go with all the derivatives depending upon whether you're tenant rep, landlord rep, investment sale, corporate services, property management. Then you can have a field day with each one of them, all right? And so you should take what do you look for, knowing that is the beginning to a great open probe, and say what would be the appropriate derivatives for your business. All right. I could have spent an hour on this, on my routine, on how I sell by phone, standing, I use a headset. I don't ever sit when I'm selling by phone, ever. I get tired sometimes at the end of the call set, but I like to stand. More enthusiasm, greater energy. I think the prospect appreciates the energy.
Just make the call mantra.
Well, that came from Tom Peters. I'm listening to Tom Peters, who used to be one of my favorite. He wrote the book In Search of Excellence. And I'm listening to one of his audio programs, which was done to a large audience. And he says, the most important calls that you make, which can have the greatest effect on your earnings, are the ones that you put off the most. Just make the call! And he screams and he spits and he sweats and have any of you ever seen Tom Peters? He used to be the best. And he was spitting and screaming. And he would yell at you, just make the call. The call that you keep putting off is the most important call you can make. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Just make the call. And so that's what I mean by the mantra, just make the call. Just when you put your phone list together, don't put it off. That's why I get mine. I belly up to my stand-up desk, which I had made 25 years ago. I put my headset on. I've got my Bluetooth Logitech mouse and keyboard. I've got my big monitor, and I just make the call. But the first 3 calls, because every one of us need to be loved, and I need to get warmed up before I get through 4 through 10 or 4 through 15, which are the ones that they don't know me, that they're not going to just, oh, Mike, I'm so glad you called. I love you. And that's not going to happen. Who are you and what's this about? Why are you calling me? I'm busy. That happens even to this day, unless I have a legitimate purpose to the call. All right. And again, this goes back to one of the questions of God. Any time is a good time to call. All right. One more thing. Closing techniques. And I think we got some closing techniques in here, but we're going to spend a lot of time on this on Friday. My alternative choice calendar close is my favorite close for setting a meeting after a good phone call. Let me say that again. I'm going to talk about all kinds of closing techniques, from deal swagger to special sauce to assumptive. But for me, the alternative choice calendar close is my favorite close after a good phone conversation. Jordan, we really have had a wonderful phone conversation. I'm going to be in your area a couple of times this week. Wednesday morning around 10:30, and then again Friday afternoon. Which is a better time for us to have a quick visit? That's my favorite close to get a meeting. And I don't say, I'm going to be in your area Wednesday, how do you look for a meeting? That is a calendar close, which is still good, but I like the alternative choice calendar close on 2 different days, a morning, afternoon option, because I think statistically I've got a better chance to get the meeting. Younger brokers, don't set the call at the top of the hour, set the call at the half hour. I'm going to be in your area a couple of times next week, Tuesday morning around 10:30, and then again Thursday afternoon at 2:15, 2:30. And don't say, can we meet at either one of those times? The question is, which is the better time for us to meet? It's assumptive. Y'all got it? That's my favorite. Of all the closing techniques I could use after a good phone call, it's the alternative choice counter close is my all-time favorite. Yes?
Why do you say at the half hour?
Well, because if you're a young broker and you sound young on the phone, this person who's in their 50s thinking, this sounds like a nice young guy or gal, but I don't want to spend a whole hour with them. If you set a call at the half hour, it's a 25-minute call. All right? It might not be psychological, but it sounds like it's a shorter meeting at the half hour. All right? Tim, how do you see you want to use my laptop? What are you doing?
Sure, if that's okay, it'll make shorter transition. 60 seconds, stretch in place, take a drink, but I want to get you out of here on time for lunch. So.
All right, so you got, do I have it? Let's see if I got any. They should supposed to put all the decks on here. They didn't put your deck. Which one is 18 ways? Advanced closing. Sophia, did you put all the decks on that thumb drive, including Tim's?
Oh, okay.
Tim, I got it on my thumb drive.
Let me steal that mic from you real quick. Mr. Lipsy. Perfect.
Oh, that's it.
Oh. Cool. Yeah, I think we were using different ones than you guys 3 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It has been. It's amazing how quick the
like-
time goes.
I'm putting this aside. Yeah, it's just like COVID.
Oh
Now the
my
world
gosh.
is like a thing again.
Yeah. And now we don't have to wear masks on the plane, which is
God.
Database one in there.
really. Yeah.
Just fit in there.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
So do
I-
you have
I
a
don't know.
pocket? Yeah, let's put it in this pocket. Makes it all cleaner. See what that looks like.
Oh,
Perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Do you have it in the email still that I sent you?
Probably. I'm not hooked up to their Wi-Fi here, but let me see if I got it here and I can forward it via.
Yeah, you're right.
Right down the street.
It's in the share file.
Okay.
Oh, you have the okay. I thought that was the flash drive and started panicking because I didn't see
Hi, Nazi. How are you?
it. How are you?
It's good to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you too.
Yes, you should. You should always do. So Sophia says she put every slide presentation.
How to build and use a database. I just saw it.
Yes, right here. Okay. I didn't realize he didn't have the flash drive in.
Okay.
He started freaking
No problem. Poor Sophia. Late morning heart attack. Sorry.
It's all yours.
All right. Let's get settled in so we can get you out of here on time, get everybody's blood sugar back up. I don't know about you, but I'm not a breakfast guy, so I don't eat until lunch. So I'm ready to go by lunchtime. All right. So I want to be as transparent with you as I possibly can about database. If I never have to build another database, it will be too soon. It is an arduous process if you're going to do it right. It's never done if you're going to commit to the process, but it's a difference maker. I don't know, we spoke about this a little bit earlier this morning. I don't know, not saying that there isn't, I just don't know a 7-figure plus broker who doesn't have a good CRM. I know more brokers than I can count that have the modern day equivalent of that. When I ask people, okay, tell me a little about your database. Okay, well, I've got 87 people in Outlook. Okay, and outside of your family, who else do you have? I mean, it's not a database. It's not a CRM. When I first got into the business, most brokers were using computers by then, but a lot of them who had built their database in the 70s and 80s, their databases were in recipe card boxes. And they'd pull out, and they had property information on the front, and they had a photograph taped to the back. These old school brokers had stacks of things from, remember the little drive-up kiosks like Fox Photo and things like that? Those were databases back then, John.
Come on, dude. Alex McGravy,
Oh, yeah.
the hand cart of.
Yes. I remember his first business plan, too, wasn't he? He didn't even write straight. Guy made millions and millions of dollars. The database is the difference maker in modern brokerage. If you truly want to accelerate your ability to cover your market, to miss a lot fewer opportunities, because nobody bats 1,000, let's be fair about that. But in order for things not to slip through the cracks that otherwise didn't need to slip through the cracks, you have to have a commitment to a database process. Now, this is one I was going to green screen, but Mike remembered a couple things I've said over the years. He said, Tim, when you've dealt with mid-level and senior agents, because I've told him this, he said, what is one of the most common problems that's holding them back when they're on an earnings plateau? And not everybody has the same number one problem, but the most common problem is my database is a mess, or I never built out my database completely. And so what they're doing is they're taking really good care of a small group of people in a database, and there is just a built-in limit to how much that can provide for you. Furthermore, the longer you're in the business, I have clients with whom I made a lot of money, wonderful individuals who have passed away. So the fact is, this is a constant living, breathing thing, and if you don't want to hit a plateau that is imposed upon you by a lack of a database, then you got to put the process in place. And when we talk about a real CRM, the difference between this and just a pure contact manager is the ability to create relationships within the database. When in any type of a relational database, you have the ability to have lots of different entities, and it's all about how you connect them. So in this particular example, let's say I have an owner of a property, and that owner has been in the market for 20 years. Some things are probably going to change. But what I can do is the property is not going to change, the owner's not going to change, but their relationship may be. So I can disconnect this, I can put it to something else, I can show who the vendors were on this. There was a veteran broker that I worked with many years ago before we had good CRMs. I mean, we had them then, but he predated that by quite a margin. And this guy might have been single-handedly responsible for deforesting the Amazon because he had bankers' boxes filled with flyers and offering memorandums. And when he would get in front of a client, they would say, well, what about that property? He'd say, well, 5 years ago it was listed with CB. And then I remember when NAI had the leasing on that, and he had everything. And that won him business because he's had so much information about the marketplace. Well, you can do that now much more efficiently. It's much quicker to access, and you don't have to be on the next episode of Hoarders because that's what his office looked like. It was terrible, and he had a storage unit with things like that in it. We are looking for, at a minimum, what I think of as the complete contact record. I would encourage you to fill out as much information as you possibly can, as Mike talked about with the LIPSI 55. Mike and I were team teaching a program in northern New Jersey a couple of months ago, and there was a young lady in the class. It was a sincere question. It just came out a little bit snarky. And she said, Mike, can I ask you a question? How many hat sizes do you have in your client database? You might have seen that on the LIPSI 55. And I ended up telling a story. Back in 2005, I had a client who got my shoe size and bought me a pair of Allen Edmonds dress shoes. Those are nice dress shoes, right? 17 years later, I've had them recrafted twice. I still wear them, and I still think about that client every time I put that pair of shoes on. So it's not that you're going to do it with 1,000 people, but if you collect this type of information over time, it really can play to your advantage. However, if you're just building a database or expanding in a new territory, this is the information that we are after. And I want to tell you how to use it a little bit later on, but what I'm astounded is a lot of you are brought into the business through no fault of your own, and nobody ever really taught you how to build a database the right way. It was go find some properties, go get some phone numbers, make some calls, bring some deals in. That's easy to say. The first thing you have to do is obtain base data. I coach a wonderful tenant rep broker in Washington, D.C., who's probably $500,000 a year guy. And I've said, all right, well, tell me in your market, how many total buildings are there? Let's not talk about the tenants for a minute. How many total buildings are in this area that you consider yours? I don't know. Okay, any idea how many tenants are in this area? Probably. No, not really. And I'm thinking, how do you create a strategic plan if you don't know how big your market is? So the core of your database has to be you decide what your universe is, and you go capture all of that base data of, all right, here is where the buildings where all these tenants are, or the landlords that I'm focused on, or the submarket, or the product type. There is a way to do this in every part of the country. Many of you may already have the nice jumping off point of having a third-party data provider like a CoStar or a Reonomy or a Prospect Now. These are great if you have them. But I need you to remember that I don't care how expensive the database is out there, all databases are imperfect. So in terms of capturing base data, it's a good idea to have multiple sources of information. And the thing that truly governs who is actively involved with the property right now is the tax parcel ID and the tax entity ownership. And the reason that is so critical is, by show of hands, how many of you, in the United States, we have private property ownership, right? Do we? Okay, I'm getting some nods. I'm not getting any hands, but I'm getting some nods. People fit. This feels like a trap, Rio, so I'm not sure I want to step into this. Especially, I did this down in Texas one time, and, you know, Texans, right? You're darn right we own private property here. I said, okay, try not paying your property taxes and see how long you own your private property for, right? What we really own is a bundle of rights that as long as we play by the rules, we are allowed to enjoy the benefits of what feels like private property ownership. That's why the tax entity and the address to where the tax bill's going rules, because somebody's watching that mail. As soon as you don't pay your property taxes, you don't have a property anymore. This is available because every market in the country has a title company. And you might have to ask 2 or 3 times or leverage some relationships, but I've never had a title company refuse to provide this information if I didn't have another source in my marketplace. And one of the big reasons is remember how title companies work. All of your title insurance rates are filed in all the states. They cannot compete on price. There is no 15% off sale on title insurance this week only. So because they cannot compete on price, they have to compete on service. That's why nobody charges for this information. I helped a gentleman build a database in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Now, people from Houston may know Lake Charles. How many people know where Lake Charles, Louisiana is? Okay, so like 3 people. That is where Mike Lipsy was born, by the way. The thriving metropolis of Lake Charles right now is about 40,000 people. And so this broker came to me and said, we don't have CoStar, we don't have Crexi, we don't have any of this. I said, you have a title company? Great. Let's get the use codes for commercial properties in your market, contact a title company, and within a day, he had a list of all the commercial properties in a certain size range that fit that use code. Now, is the data as pretty as CoStar or Crexi or one of those other systems? Of course it isn't. But my point to you is that it exists. So even if you were to pull your data out of CoStar, but also get a title company list and make sure that they're close to being the same, is a good check and balance on building your database. After I've got the base data, the very next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to map out a plan for driving the market. Now, some of you might work at a national practice, data centers. I mean, there's some incredible specialties nowadays where this just isn't possible for you. But to the extent that it is, you've got to drive your market. Many years ago, a gentleman by the name of John Cushman. John was the grandson of Cushman and the grandnephew of Wakefield. Didn't join the company right away. They ended up merging his firm and Cushman & Wakefield, I think, around the year 2000. I remember reading a wonderful interview with him where he said the difference, he said, when I used to visit my grandfather and my great uncle's shop in New York, the brokers, even on an inflation-adjusted basis, did not make as much money as they do now. People make a lot more money now. But he said those brokers knew their market like the back of their hand. They knew every tenant, every alley, every shopkeeper, every rat in a dumpster. I mean, they were absolute market experts. And that is often what is missing in today's brokerage. So much brokerage is done from behind a computer screen, even if you're enthusiastic at your standing desk. This is a spatial game. It's done outside. This is real estate. It's 3-dimensional. And if you're new, you get the added benefit of being able to make that very first phone call that you make to that owner is, hi Tanner, Tim Rios with Colliers. I was just at your property over on First Avenue. And then I can say, we'll talk a little bit about what you might say, but that right there, when you're calling a small private client, it's not always easy to do a client-centric statement for a small private client because sometimes there's just not that much to know about them. They don't have a website, they don't do press releases, there's just, they might not even be on social media, but if I just went to your property, now you and I have a connection. So if you're new, get out there and drive those properties. The first thing you've got to do is to make sure that you can geocode your database. If you're pulling the information from one of the third-party data providers that we talked about, the information is already geocoded. Now, what that means is that a physical address has a latitude and longitude assigned to it. Okay? And that really ultimately governs where a piece of property is. If you are dealing with base data, I have now for 20 years, Texas A&M University has one of the best city planning departments in the nation, and they have a free online geocoder that they will do thousands for you. You upload, you get it back, and your entire database will have a latitude and longitude on it if you don't have it already. Now here's the key when you're building a database. You do not drive the properties any faster than you can research them. When somebody goes out and says, I drove 125 properties today, it's like, tell me about number 35. Like, it's too generic. You will not remember anything. But if you get out there and you take a picture of the property, parking lot resurfaced, the roof looks like it's seen better days, fully occupied, nice cars in the parking lot, and I can start to get a feel for what I have. Again, not only does it potentially create an opportunity for me to call and to connect with the owner on a challenge, an opportunity, maybe a little bit of an ego stroke. But the other good thing that happens in that is you begin to learn the market in a way that you don't if you've never done this process. What I mean by that is I've had a lot of people say, well, Tim, I grew up in this market. I mean, I know all the streets. Okay, fair. But I promise you, if you have not been a broker in this market, you don't know it the way a broker should do it, or should know it. One of the reasons I advocate taking a picture is because it forces you to slow down. Driving down Main Street at 45 miles an hour, shopping center, office building, I'm driving my market. When you have to slow down, I remember I've had this more times, this is not a specific story, I've just had it happen a lot, where somebody would say, how'd your driving go today? And they said, I almost died. Really, why? Well, because when I pulled up on the property, I couldn't see it. I knew it was supposed to be close, and then all of a sudden, boom, it was there out of nowhere. And I pulled over to the side, and this truck almost hit me, and then I was trying to get a picture, and I said, okay, what did that teach you? What do you mean? I said, the death-defying experience you just had at that property, what did you learn? The visibility sucks. Oh, the ingress-egress isn't that great. The monument signage is covered by bushes. That's why you slow down and take a picture. Not because that picture is going to serve you 3 years from now where you're doing a proposal. You better get out of your chair and go take more pictures. But it allows you to slow down enough to appreciate more about the physical characteristics of the real estate. If you are taking multiple pictures, when I'm out driving, either the first or the last should be an identifier, because when you get back to the office and you're pulling 50 pictures off your iPhone, you'd be like, what the heck? It's a covered parking space. I have no idea where that even was. So you want to have on your camera roll an identifier, either at the beginning, the end, or both. It helps you classify them when you get back to the office. Another great thing is it can shorten your need to research the owner, because you might pull up and it may say owned and managed by the Lipsy Company, and here's my phone number. Well, now I don't have to worry about phone number research. I have a phone number to call now. Who's got the leasing? Who has the property management? The key thing here too, and I get this all the time, because what happens is I send newer agents out and they pull up to the property, then kind of pull the phone out of the click, put it back. They're trying to be super discreet. Don't be sneaky. Anybody want to take a guess as to why you don't want to be sneaky when you're on the property taking photos? Yes, Abraham. Exactly. And you hope they're nice to you, but let me be really clear. Has anybody ever stacked buildings or driven? Okay. All right. So you have a few. Keep your hands up if you've ever been told to get off my property. Okay, there you go. So if you're out driving properties, are you going to have some surly individuals that say, you're trespassing? Yes, I couldn't tell you otherwise. But as soon as you step onto the sidewalk, you can still take pictures, okay? Google has photographed every single one of your residences. Did you sign a release for Google to take a picture of your house? So once you're on the sidewalk, it's not a big deal. And I still want to be respectful. But to Abraham's point, I want that person to come out, especially in multifamily and industrial. Owners spend more time on the property. And they notice people who don't belong. So when they come up and say, can I help you? What are you doing? I'm Tim Rios with CBRE, and I'm out driving. I think it's really important to get out on the real estate. You got a beautiful piece of real estate here. I mean, he may kick me off the property, but we also might have a really nice conversation. The other thing, years ago, I ended up doing, I was looking at deals on the west coast of Florida. I ended up closing a retail deal in a town called Spring Hill. But I was in Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte's a spot over there, kind of in the Tampa area, right? Okay, so I'm in Port Charlotte, and I'm on a property being open and notorious, like, hey, here's Tim, the real estate broker. And this person comes out, hey, can I help you? What are you doing? And I told him, I said, well, we're looking at this property. It's on the market. We're thinking about buying. He goes, you don't want to buy this property. Really? Why? He said, it'll flood every single year. They said, really? Is the lot not graded properly? He goes, nope. People have tried to grade this lot properly for years, but I think just the way the neighborhood's oriented, all the water during a storm just kind of flows down to this low point. Thank you. Guess what? That wasn't in the offering memorandum. So you want people talking to you, because for all of the potentially quasi-negative experiences that you may have, you're going to have far more positive experiences that are going to outweigh that. So get out there. You're going to eliminate properties that, let's say CoStar said that there was a great 10,000 square foot office building, and you get there and you're like, no. But you may look across the street and say, well, why isn't that building? So there's just an on-the-ground research that you cannot replicate in any other way. I suggest batching this 10 to 25, because the long pole in the tent, the thing that takes the longest, is finding out the true owner of the property. And you want to do this when your physical knowledge of the property is still fresh in your mind. In every state, corporations, LLCs, S-corps, C-corps, partnerships are controlled by one of two agencies. In some states, it's your Secretary of State. In others, it's your Corporation Commission. Florida has one. SunBiz is one of the best in the nation. Arizona has a really good one too, where the information is so easy to find. But it exists in every state. I have yet to see a state where we couldn't find this information. So we pull up the Winding Creek LLC. We are looking for members, officers, or managers of that corporation, not the registered agent. What's a registered agent? Oftentimes an attorney or a CPA, but the way real estate is such a regional and national, even international game now, if I buy a property in Florida, and I live in Utah right now, but if I buy a property in Florida, I am a foreign entity in Florida, right? I'm an alien. Arguably that's true anyway, but I'm considered foreign or alien in Florida. So what Florida says is, okay, Tim, you can own property in Florida, but you have to have a registered agent, which is somebody who is physically located within the state of Florida, because if they need to contact me about something, they don't want to come to northern Utah and try to track me down. They want to go to somebody in Florida and say, we need to talk to these guys right now, which is why the registered agent could be part of the ownership group, but not by default. And I've seen a lot of people get kind of deep into their database and say, wow, this CT Corporation system sure owns a lot of property. No, they don't. They're just the biggest registered agent in the country. Okay. When some states, the interface has a lot of information, and some it's fairly minimal. So one thing I've had a lot of success with in building databases is actually pulling down the scanned copies of the corporate filings because you can often see who was signing the document. So it might say Winding Creek LLC, registered agent, CT Corporation System. But then I pull down, say, their articles of incorporation, and I see Jennifer Whittingham was the managing member of the LLC. I didn't see that on the initial search screen, but I saw it on the download. Now, if you're looking for, especially for those of you who are building a tenant database and you're looking for better contact information, tenant databases are a little bit more straightforward because these are businesses and they're publicly listed in Yellow Pages and Google because they want to be found. So it's a little bit different. But where I've struggled sometimes to find the right contact information, I've also had some success using UCC filings. Anybody in here ever download UCC filings? Okay. So what's a UCC? UCC stands for Uniform Commercial Code. And what a UCC filing is let's say you have an industrial facility and you lease or you finance a laser cutter or a plasma cutter. The person who leased that to you files this UCC form to say, we have equipment in that building that has an obligation against it. And as you'll notice, this one's from Florida, but as you'll notice, you've got debtor's exact full legal name. Well, isn't that what we want? So it's not a magic bullet, but sometimes if I'm struggling in other areas, a UCC filing everybody leaves a footprint somewhere. And part of this is just kind of sleuthing to find it. The next step, got to find a phone number. The first thing, now there are more free or low-cost services than I can count. The only reason I put those 4 up there is because they're ones that I've used without getting malware on my computer. So that, you got to be careful where you go. The internet's a dark and dangerous place. I love to start with easy. So if I have an address, I'll go do what's called a reverse address search. I'll just go into Google and type 2064 Orchard Harvest and see what comes back. Because a lot of times, guess what? The contact comes back. When you're building a database, what you want to do is you want to get as much easy, low-hanging fruit as you can first. What's really frustrating is, I don't know how many of you, this is like the stupidest characteristic, but my little sister and I share it. You're 10 minutes into a movie and you hate it. And we will watch it anyway because we started it. My older sister's like, you guys are out of your mind. Turn it off. It's like, I started it, I've got to fit. It's like this real completion psychosis that we have going on. That's not your friend when you're databasing. So let's say I'm trying to find Daniel, and Daniel's done a really good job of covering his digital tracks. And I have 2 hours set aside for databasing and non-prime time, and I'm searching and I'm searching and I'm searching, and 2 hours later, I still don't have Daniel, and guess what I don't have either? Anybody else? So if I can, okay, Daniel's a little hard, let's move on. All right, got that one, got a little hard. Okay, next pile. Do the low-hanging fruit as fast as you can so that you have some progress to show in building your database. The premium services are just that. They're expensive. If I was doing, this is my personal recommendation. I've never used Reonomy and Prospect Now on a regular basis. Some people swear by it. I have used ZoomInfo and LexisNexis for the purpose of finding phone numbers. If I was working a small private client database, 20-unit apartment buildings, unanchored strip shopping centers, incubator industrial, things like that, if you've got the money, LexisNexis is the best skip tracer out there. Skip tracing is the legal use of how we can use it to find phone numbers. Skip tracing is when somebody, skips out on a debt, Dog the Bounty Hunter kind of, not quite that bad, but that's the legal use for it. LexisNexis, if they can't find them, they're probably not findable. If you're working a more corporate database, where especially on occupiers, where you're looking for CFOs and CEOs and HR directors, ZoomInfo is the holy grail of those phone numbers. Okay, expensive, but worth it. Exactly. See, Spokio and People and White Pages, I've gotten a lot of phone numbers off that. And especially, some of you are coming from the Colliers and CBREs and Cushmans of the world that, forget all the subscriptions they have. They have so many subscriptions. But some of you are shoestringing it, and that's okay. You could probably still get 60% of your database on a shoestring. And then as you start doing some deals, maybe you could invest in some other tools.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do you think it's too much to call? Like, if I have a way to find somebody's cell phone number.
Uh-huh.
Do you think it's like encroaching a little bit?
Great question, Abraham. So I'll say this. My buddy, my longtime friend, John Letourneau, will get a kick out of this because he's heard this come out of my mouth more times. If you have never asked a question of a prospect or a client that makes you uncomfortable, you're not pushing hard enough. And I would say in your prospecting, if you've never done something for which you've had to profusely apologize, you're not trying hard enough. Am I right? I know.
I told Alex, now you know where I got that.
I've never heard a good idea I didn't steal either, so there you go. I'm cool with that.
I have a question.
Of course, Jordan.
The best place to start sometimes is it the CFO, COO? Obviously, if they have a vice president of real estate, that's the person to go to first. But
Yes.
on the tenant rep side.
Right. So on the tenant rep side, I've always advocated a real multi-pronged approach because you don't know who your champion is going to end up being. And for most corporations below a certain size threshold, real estate is a secondary job for somebody in the organization. It's not what they do on a regular basis. So I will usually pick 3 or 4 and start calling and seeing who I make traction with. Absolutely. Yeah, the tenant rep, that's why Mike said earlier, tenant reps make more phone calls. It's because in the initial push into the organization, you've got to try a lot of different entry points. Okay? Now, once you're bringing these into your database, as Mike said, and I cannot emphasize this enough, bring everybody in some kind of identifiable group. The identification could be something as simple as geography. That's why a full address with a zip code matters, because could you actually say, all right, how many are here in the 94596 zip code? How many office buildings over 10,000 square feet? You could have thousands of different identifiers for groups. But the fact is, if you're going to do the type of marketing that Mike talked about earlier this morning, if you don't have groups, you will potentially end up reinforcing a message you don't want to send to the client. Years ago, I had done my first couple of investment deals over 10 million. I was on cloud 9. I wanted to stand on the rooftops and shout these beautiful deals that I had done. And I'm really glad this happened to me because it was early in my career and it taught me a valuable lesson. I sent this, I think it was $11,650,000 was the closing price of this deal. And I sent it to a gentleman that owned an office building that was probably worth about $2.5 million, which frankly at that point in my career was my bread and butter. So I call him and I just closed this deal, I'm gonna talk to you about it, and it was probably nice and broker centric, and Mike probably would have killed me if he had heard me say it at that time, but that's how it went. And he says, Tib, that's a great deal. I know that building. Congratulations. You probably don't want to mess with a guy like me. I just have that dumpy little office building out in Mesa. And I thought, oh my gosh. I just told this guy I'm not his broker. So this type of group search capability and your ability to segment the database is all about reinforcing the right brand. You can be more than one thing in your database, but everybody in your database shouldn't necessarily know that, right? You want to be able to target. Okay. Now you got your database. By the way, everybody thinks they're up for this process until they start doing it. So Mike often says, there's a wonderful correlation between your success in this business and your threshold to embarrassment. Tim's corollary is there is a wonderful relationship between success in this business and your tolerance for boredom. Because so much of what we do is tedious and monotonous. You get on the phone one day and yes, the ratios work out over time, but I've had phone call sessions where nobody picked up. And it's really one of those I went to college for this kind of moments. but your ability to push through that boredom and that monotony is a difference maker. So that's where the cadence comes in. Not random acts of cold calling, but what kind of pace do I need to hold myself to genuinely cover my market? Now here's where people really tend to overestimate what they're capable of doing. If everybody could for a second, on your phone or whatever, pull out a calculator. Could be the app on your phone. How many of you have databases that contain more than 1,000 contact records? Okay, so pretty good portion. All right, so let's take, in your calculator app, put 1,000 in. Now assuming these people, if there's a hot opportunity, I realize you might call them more frequently or differently, but if we don't otherwise know something is going on, a pretty good baseline contact frequency is 4 times a year. Okay? So if I've got 1,000 people, 4 times a year, so multiply it by 4, you should now have 4,000 in your display. Now, you and I know that people don't pick up the first time you call them. Few people will. Some people pick up on the second call. Some people might pick up on the third call. And I'm often asked, Tim, how many times do I call? Do I just keep calling until they pick up? I have people that prospect to me that ping me every other day with the same message over and over again. At some point, you have just irritated me to the point that if you came and said, I would like to give you $1 million, I probably still wouldn't take your call because I'm so annoyed. Which means when I'm designing cadences and emails and things I'm going to say on the phone, the last one, for me, it's typically call 3. It's what I call the breakup. You know, I call, say, Veronica, sorry that I missed you. Again, wanted to talk to you about this recent closing that we have. It was a record high price, but I understand there's a fine line between being professional in my follow-up and being a pest. So if I don't catch you now, I'll circle back next quarter. I've just hit the pressure release valve on the prospecting, and I'm moving on to the next person. Now, assuming that some people pick up, some people don't, take that 4,000 number and multiply it by, let's say, 2.5, which might probably the number of attempts you would make to try to have each one of those phone calls. Okay, so what's in your display now? 10,000, okay, sounds about right. So take that 10,000 and divide it by 48 and tell me what you get. 208 calls. Now, for those of you who had I have over 1,000 contacts, if you're making 208 calls a week, congratulations, you're probably staying in touch with your database. If you're not, don't kid yourself. Now, Mike talked about your electronic footprint. That can be as big as you want it to be. There's no real difference between emailing 500 people and 5,000 people, but you have to pick a subset of your database that is worth that next level of effort. And that's, you know, when you kind of build up that business development pyramid, you start to get people where the attention becomes much more specialized. All prospects are not created equal. So you have to pick a strata of your database that is worth your best effort. Okay? And that's where the cadence comes in. And you'll get these, but like, you know, here's an example of a private client cadence where I may be calling somebody 1 quarter, but then I'm going to market to them in months 2 and 3, and then hit them again in month 4 with a phone call, and so on and so forth. This is how you pace yourself to cover your market. How many of you have ever had the unfortunate and gut-wrenching experience of having a new listing hit the market with somebody you knew you should have been calling, and it didn't even go to a broker who is as capable as you? Have you ever had that situation? If you haven't been in the business long enough, or you're not swinging the bat enough, because I've had it, and there's nothing. I often say, I'm not a hyper-competitive person. If I engage, you know, Kirk and I are in a fair fight, and Kirk is just better, then congratulations, Kirk. I can live with that. I'm going to learn from it, and I'm going to try to be better so that next time I can wipe the floor with him, but I can stand to lose a fair fight. What I cannot stand is that I didn't even know there was anything going on. I was blissfully unaware in my little Tim bubble, and all of a sudden Kirk shows up with a listing that I knew I could have at least been competitive for. And if you don't have this, you don't know the standard to which you hold yourself. Mike earlier talked about the balance between transaction management and business development. You can't give 100% to both those endeavors. So you have to right size, which we'll talk about at the end of today. What do my activity levels need to be to support what I'm trying to accomplish? It's like a buddy of mine years ago was running a marathon to qualify for Boston. And I have those numbers somewhere, but he talked about Boston is not something you can just register for. You have to run a qualifying time in a marathon that's a Boston qualifier. So at any point in his 26.2 miles, he knows if he's on pace, off pace, I need to pick it up. He has a sense. Most brokers go through their day completely blind as to what it is to stay on top of the world that you've claimed for yourself. And that's where the cadence comes in, is how am I going to hold myself to it? This was a tenant rep. This is one I actually designed for a tenant rep broker with CBRE in northern New Jersey, where we were talking about, okay, what do we do with tenants? They don't want to talk to us all the time. Okay. John Williams? You know John?
No, I know a broker that swore that I need to get a CRM in Northern Jersey. I had two of them.
Yeah.
Talked about the point thing that they told me.
John was at Cushman & Wakefield for probably 11 or 12 years and went to CB a couple years ago. Yeah. Now, here's what I'm going to caution you against. Do not confuse your coverage strategy and your cadence with following up on your hot leads, your opportunities. This is what most brokers consider prospecting. And it isn't that it's unimportant. I'm not telling you not to do it. If you know somebody has a lease expiration date in 12 to 18 months, are you just going to call them 2 times and say, well, sorry, I missed you. I'll call you again in a couple months? I mean, you're going to camp on their front doorstep because you know something's about to happen. I mean, 12 months in this market, forget it. The train's already left the station. I mean, what are office build-outs right now? 9 to 12 months with some, lead times and supply chain issues. That's different. But what happens is if this is all you're spending your time prospecting on, you're like this little mouse chasing opportunities. Meanwhile, all sorts of stuff is happening. Motivations are changing. People's lives are changing, and you're not even talking to them, because you're just chasing what looks like the hottest thing. Do it. I'm not saying don't chase the hottest thing, but don't have it be a substitute for an honest-to-goodness coverage strategy. We want to do our best to capture history. That was back here. The power of information. I'm going to go just a couple minutes over. Hopefully that's okay, but there's some important stuff here. Years ago, one of my first big marquee listings was a beautiful office flex building down by Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. And the client was from Greeley, Colorado. I had offered to go up there when we did the proposal. I said, I don't come to Greeley. We'll come down and play golf in Scottsdale in the winter. So we had this, he's ready to give me the listing and he's coming down to Scottsdale, and I'm thinking to myself, I knew at the time I was 5 years younger than his youngest son. For those of you who are maybe a little bit more recent vintage, do you ever feel intimidated sitting in front of somebody who's got a $20 million net worth in real estate and saying, well, I actually haven't bought my first home yet, but let me tell you what to do with your real estate? Okay. I mean, obviously you don't say that, but somewhere deep down, there's a little bit of concern. And when Mike talks about negotiation, he should talk that difference often is exploited. So anyway, Mel gets off the plane, and I can see the look in his face. Who is this kid? We had a successful closing. Later on, I brought a senior agent in with gray hair who was completely useless during the listing, but I know he helped me land the listing. So Mel and I are at a closing dinner later on, and he said, whatever happened to your partner? He didn't do anything. You showed up at the first meeting, and then you did this. You're great. You're fantastic. You didn't pay him, did you? And I said, well, I did. That's a different story. I said, but let me ask you, what was your impression of me when you got off the plane? Well, you were young. I said, exactly. I could see it in your face. I know I'm 5 years younger than your youngest son. I said, Mel, let me ask you a question. I got a bio up on the website. What made you think that I wasn't mid-20-year-old guy? And he said, it was the way you talked about the market. the way you talked about the comps and who had what and what was on the market and all, it never occurred to me that you hadn't been doing this for 20 years. If you are less than 10 years in the business and you want to shorten the curve, keep a good database and be a student of your market, because it will close that gap. You don't have to be wealthier, older, smarter in everything than your client. You just have to be better at something. And this is one of the investments that you need to make. And the last thing is, it is not one and done. Maintenance, updates, additions. Houston asked the question earlier, what do you do in non-disclosure state? Utah's a non-disclosure state too. As John mentioned, there's 13 of them. I had what my colleagues used to jokingly refer to as, oh, it's Database Friday, Tim, where I was always collecting flyers and OMs, and I kept a spreadsheet, and then I appended it to my database of everything that other brokers were marketing. Price changes, when it first appeared on the market. And it became an amazing resource, but if I didn't do it every Friday, it got out of hand. Once a month, I would batch the comps from the month, and I would go, even if like in Utah's non-disclosure, even if I just knew a transfer had happened and I needed to follow up, I could still note in my CRM that the ownership had changed. You have to have a schedule for this, because if you don't, you won't do it. But if you do, the type of insight it gives you into the market is unparalleled. This process is rough. It's hard. You didn't get into this business to build databases. If database building was the thing that really makes you get up in the morning, you wouldn't be in brokerage. So it's like, we need you to do this, but we know we've hired a bunch of people that would rather do anything but this. But as I said, it's a difference maker, and I'll just end by quoting the famous John Wooden. If you don't have time to do it right, when are you going to have time to do it over? When you're 7 years in the business and have a full pipeline and realize that your database is a pile of garbage and it's holding you back from earnings, that's not the time to find out. All right, my friends, questions? We've got an hour for lunch. I think if you're wondering at all where to go, Jennifer may be around here. She is the Miss Orlando. She knows all the places. Sophia and Mike are from here too, so they may know as well. We'll see you back here in an hour. Sound good, Mike?
Jennifer said there's a cute little shopping center right across the street. It's got Subway, Publix, it's got all kinds of stuff. And in years past, when we've used this facility, that's where the majority of people have gone, is just right across the street. Yes, ma'am.
Are we okay to leave our?
Oh, yeah, we're here all during lunch. If you need to leave your laptops or something, you're fine.
I'll answer some of your emails while you're gone.
I like you on top of it. I always have to remind people.
Okay. Perfect.
I told him he's starting to look like his dad.
Yeah. I said it feels like the same crew. You know,
does.
it feels like we've been here before.
His dad did UVA for us back in 2006,
Huh.
7. Your 5th year, your 4th year?
Did he also do the Embassy Suites one?
No.
No?
You know who did that?
Who?
Man, you got a good memory.
I remember that
Embassy
one.
Suites were done by 2 guys that worked at Lyman.
Really?
Well, Lyman High School has the state-of-the-art lab. And so the school said these 2 instructors who taught video were permitted to work for me, but I had to make a donation to Lyman. And so these guys did all the work, all the editing. If you remember, that was on half-inch tape. And I gave a donation of $2,000 to Lyman.
Oh my gosh.
To the video department, and those guys did all that work. So that's who did Embassy Suites.
Wow. That's crazy. That's really neat. Very neat.
And then I found Matt, and then when we did the school at Darden, Matt did that. He rented a van and brought his whole team. But I was saying, look at their cameras.
They're so small now, right? They're actually like cameras, like still cameras.
They had these huge cameras and all this. They had to have big boards, you know. If you look at the thing now, the only thing is a laptop and this little.
So
switch.
neat. Yeah, it's so neat. They edited it directly from their PCs, right from there.
And the slides using, they have a device somewhere around here.
Oh.
Is synced up to your laptop.
That's so neat. That saves a ton of time.
So remember how you had to come back in?
Yes.
And do the call outs?
Yes. Saves so much time.
Where's your switch for our slides that synced up? Is that up here?
The switch for it?
Yeah.
Once it's plugged in, we should just have access to it.
And it's in sync with the video, right?
Yeah, what it's doing is it's splitting the HDMI source straight from your computer to my switch. So it's acting like another camera.
Yeah.
We can switch to it.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Synced up perfectly.
Very cool.
They've done that the last couple of times. Well, I know you're going to kill it.
Oh.
I'm glad you're doing this. Safe
Yeah.
travels tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Are you going up right after, or like who's up next?
I'll go Tim after you.
Tim. Okay. Well, I'll say goodbye to
I only
you.
do mornings. Little Jordy looks so cute. Did you see the photographs where he's looking up to be baptized?
Of course, I posted that on the Instagram.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
I think I saw that. You know what? One of them was close to mine, but it must have been Lou took that photograph. Or one of them. He did a great job.
Yeah, he did. He did take some good photos, and the group photo turned out well.
Oh, did it?
Did you see that one
didn't
with
see
all
that.
of us? It turned out really well.
didn't
Yeah,
see
it
that.
turned out really well. I didn't see it either. I would have also posted that one, but yeah, it's a good one.
So I was messing with Louie. I think he was kidding me. He walked by me. I take my hat off, and I hit him. He said, "That was hard." I think he was kidding.
Yeah. He's
Is he sensitive?
he's a he's a little tender at times. Yeah. It's just
He said it like it was serious. He said, "Whoa, that hurt." I was thinking that was like what happened in the locker room, right?
But I don't think they spent much time in the locker room. Yeah.
He didn't do like a lot of one-on-one drills.
They didn't. No.
What'd you call it, drill? The Omaha?
You know what's so funny is that was like a vision that was coming to me today. And like with this presentation, it's just like run block, you know? It's just a run block. But no, I don't think he did much run blocking or two spot.
See, and as a dad, my philosophy, at least in the back of my mind, was tough but tender.
Tough but tender. Well, mom definitely brought the tenderness.
Yeah.
And a lot of toughness also. Hey, you have a tender side too.
That's
Yeah.
a good combination.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because the world's a tough world.
Yeah, I mean, I think a shell is important, but also you need to be able to connect with people.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is one of your strengths.
Thank you.
Because you're not judgmental.
Yeah, I'm too busy judging myself.
Well, you're just not judgmental.
Yeah. No, well.
You give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
When you go through some stuff, you realize that everybody like has somewhat of a struggle, so you try to be as kind as possible.
It's like,
Unless someone messes with me, but then I get a little bit competitive.
you learn, I'm not casting the first stone.
No.
Right?
I know, smooth sailing.
Jennifer, it's time to start rounding people up. This train's going out in 2 minutes.
Well, it's lunch, you know. No. Hey, Sophia. Oh, great. Great to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad someone said it. I don't quite.
What, between me and Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Your brothers are more like the clones, you know?
Well, yeah, I have the facial hair.
I just did, yes. I was commenting on the lack of resemblance.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. This is to show you that genetics has a sense of humor.
I know, but it's amazing.
Is that,
You know, I don't even notice it till you're like actually next to
That's
me.
really funny.
That's almost like when I'm next to Jordan. I'm, you know, feeling it.
That's how I am in the whole family, though. Like, I'm just kind of like this. Where did he come from?
and when he was 290,
If anybody's wondering, or you didn't satisfy your sweet tooth at lunch, one of our participants and also speakers on Friday, John Letourneau, is an amateur / professional baker, and there's some incredible banana bread and gooey bars over here. So if you need to gain 5 pounds, if your blood sugar's too low, go make it happen. All right.
I'm going to give you a quick intro.
Oh, thank you so much, Tim. Yeah. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. Oh, cool. Heard you got stuck in Australia for a little while.
I got quarantined.
Yeah, wow.
I'm so glad because I've got one coming up in Singapore and India.
Oh my goodness.
And when they were talking to me, I said, I can't get stuck again.
Yeah.
I said, I lost a week in quarantine, no symptoms, but there's just protocols you have to follow. And then they lifted it, and so now I'm booking that for probably end of July. I think I leave on the 25th or something like that. But I just, yeah, I mean, we were sitting, my wife and I were sitting there because the testing requirement for the U.S. is, like for Australia, it was 72 hours. So if you test positive, you can make some arrangements.
Yeah.
But for the U.S., it's 24. So effectively, people don't really do it until they're about to leave. So we're sitting there, checked out of a hotel, all of our luggage on this side of security, and we get the email, you're positive. And we just looked at each other like, we don't even know what to do with it.
Oh my gosh.
And there had been, in Australia, they had had a bunch of quarantine hotels. So the hotels weren't that occupied during the pandemic. So they had, one of the Marriotts we stayed at was a quarantine hotel in Brisbane. And so I went to Delta, which I was flying, and I said, like, can I make my own arrangements? Because Julie, my wife, was with me, and we, she had to work too. And I'm like, we can't be in some tiny little flea bag motel. So I booked a suite back at the Marriott in Sydney because they're like, no, you can make your own arrangements. And in the email it said, you know, we automatically notify the health department, and they may do contact tracing. So we thought, oh, nobody ever called, nobody ever checked, made our own arrangements. So, but you couldn't. Chronologically, at least 5 days have to pass before they would allow you to travel again. And at that point, you don't retest because you can continue to test positive for a while even after it's all resolved. So you have to get a note from a licensed healthcare provider. So we did a telemedicine with our doctor back home, and he's like, okay, gave us a note, showed up 5 days later at the airport with the note, and got on a plane.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
No thanks, man. Especially our youngest kids.
It's an adventure. It's like a total adventure.
It is, and I loved the trip, and the people were great.
Yeah.
And it was a really great, unique experience, but that was a little bit of a
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm like kind of sometimes on the conspiracy threads, and like Australia seemed to be like very much locked down.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah. And so New Zealand was next level. Australia and Canada were pretty similar. But yeah, it was really, really strict.
Yeah.
Ironically,
we had read all that too about all the lockdowns and all the precautions in Australia, and by estimation, almost nobody was wearing a mask.
Really?
In Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane, I was in 3 different cities.
Huh.
Almost nobody's walking around with a mask. I'm thinking, okay, this doesn't match up with what I've heard from the political side. But
Yeah. Huh.
yeah.
All right.
All right, we're going to get going here in just a second. I know we're going to have some stragglers, but we don't want to lose a lot of time, and they're going to be sad when they come back in late, because it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter. This is Jordan Lipsey, and yes, that is the same last name as Mike, and that's part of how I wanted to introduce Jordan today. 5 years ago, when I did my first Lipsey School of Real Estate, was, I believe, the first time Jordan and I met, and found out what he did, and I'll admit, I thought, well, I'm a little, if I'm going to recommend to clients, you know, I know there's a, their family, what do I do? And so the first couple of clients I had, I would say, hey, Tim, who could we turn to for marketing and branding? And I would give them Jordan's name, and I would give them 2 or 3 others, you know, the whole give them 3 contractors so they can't come back on you. I stopped doing that a long time ago, because Jordan has delivered for, and this is firms, this is the global firms, this is the one-person shops, everybody in between, has delivered such wonderful, cost-effective solutions that now he's my go-to recommendation just because. Does a wonderful job. I'm going to talk to you today about branding. How he got so tall, I have no idea. It's a Lipsey family secret. He was a college football player, so don't mess around with him. You just recently added another baby to your family too, huh?
That's right.
2 beautiful children now?
2, yeah.
Fantastic. And recently moved out to Clearwater.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Well, good to have you back here.
Thank you.
Without further ado, folks, Jordan Lipsey.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Jordan Lipsey. Happy to be here. This is not my first Lipsey school. I've been probably to Lipsey school since, I don't know, maybe kindergarten, traveling around with this guy. So I certainly have heard my fair share of a lot of the stuff that you guys are hearing. I've also worked where these guys are sitting back here, videotaping, video recording, and doing the editing. So this is such a great event. When Mike asked me to speak, I was very excited. So I'm happy to be here. Mike was telling me before, you know, just a few minutes ago, that he mentioned to y'all that brand is your responsibility. And I was so happy to hear that because, you know, as I was driving up here from Clearwater, I was wondering, are people going to think brand is important? You know, are they going to really connect with this and be able to utilize this and be able to, you know, actually use what I'm talking about? So that was great to hear. Without further ado, let's get into the presentation. The presentation is called The Whole Brand. And the reason that I called it this is brand typically is this abstract concept. It's either an abstract concept or it's an oversimplified concept in terms of maybe you don't know exactly what brand is, or maybe you're thinking that brand is a logo or a color scheme or a company name. So this is the whole brand. We want to dissect what a brand is, and we do that so we can audit ourselves, we can audit our own brand, and we can create our brand. So, course agenda is first we're going to define brand. We're going to determine its parts. We're going to do a case study, and this is my colleague, my great colleague right here. This is her phrase, 0 to brand. This is what she says to people on the telephone. And then this is going to be broken up into a few different parts. 1 is the come up, so the initial phase. 2 is getting notice, in which we're going to incorporate a marketing plan. And then we're going to kind of finish the presentation. So first, what is a brand? This definition right here from Investopedia says a brand is an intangible marketing or business concept that helps people identify a company, product, or individual. I want to highlight the term intangible, and I want to define that. Intangible, impossible to touch, to describe, exactly to get, or to give an exact value. And that is from the Cambridge Dictionary. All right, here are some powerful quotes that I wanted to share about brand to further define it. Every interaction in any form is branding. A brand for a company is like a reputation for a person. You earn reputation by trying to do hard things well. It's Jeff Bezos. Brand is the sum total of how someone perceives a particular organization. Branding is about shaping that perception. Brand is just a perception, and perception will match reality over time. Sometimes it will be ahead, other times it will be behind, but brand is simply a collective impression some have about a product. Elon Musk. Products are made in a factory, but brands are created in the mind. And your brand is a story unfolding across all customer touch points. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to play a bit of a game. And I want to be able to prove to you, and it's going to be pretty obvious, but I want to be able to prove to you that brand is a bit of an abstract concept. So I'm going to show you some images, and I'm not going to include the company name or the logo. And y'all are going to have to tell me what the company is. All right? Everybody understand? All right. Here's the first one. What is the company? Apple. Okay, you're right. What about this one?
McDonald's.
All right, right again. Last. That's right. All right, so we've proved that a brand is abstract. So if a brand is abstract, how do we do good at it? You know, how do we know what our target is if it's an abstract concept? Well, we have to dissect it. We have to determine what exactly it is. So I broke it up into 7 different categories, and the first one is, and we're going to go through each one of these individually, but the first one is product or service. So, all right, your product or service for a brand. For a lot of you, it might be commercial leasing is your service, or landlord representation, or capital markets. For Apple, it's an iPhone. Without a product, there can't be a brand. Messaging. So, you know, we're going to go into detail on product and service and all the things that we need to do with that, but messaging is really the consolidated version that you can explain to somebody, because you might have a very detailed idea or concept, but when it comes to actually selling the product or selling the brand, it needs to be simplified, because a brand is like what we heard, a perception from somebody else. So we have to be able to explain it to somebody beyond what the product is. Next is the visual or sensory representation. You have to display it. I mean, you don't necessarily have to display it, but it helps to be able to showcase it visually. Channels, we're going to connect this to the marketing plan, but once you've created your brand, once you have your messaging and your product, what is the channel in which you're going to show it to people? How are you going to get across to people? What organizations are you going to get attached to? What are your channels? How are you channeling your brand to your preferred audience? All right, next is people. People, I mean, we looked at that picture of Steve Jobs and immediately we connected it to Apple. The people within the organization, the creator of the organization, and the people around it are truly what create that culture. And that's a big part of brand. Next is results or proven success. And you have to understand that I'm going to approach this from a commercial real estate marketing perspective and someone coming. You know, like I first just put proven success, meaning that, but it's not always success, right? In the world of branding, it's kind of like the stock market. It goes up and down in terms of what people think. So I put results, good or bad, but from a marketing sense, from, you know, the way that we work, it's going to be a case study. Something like that. All right, and finally, reputation. Reputation is the mirror. Reputation is not results. Results are very clear, but the reputation is also the perception. So I like to think of reputation as the mirror of the brand, looking at it from the other side. So let's go into detail about products and services. A concrete representation. I truly do hear this. I'm not on the phone as much. I know Steph hears this all the time. But someone who's like, I'm a commercial real estate person and I want to start a company. And that's it, you know? I don't know what to do next. And I love those conversations because for me, it's the absolute, one, I know that they need our help. And two, it's so easy and that it's usually on the tip of their tongue. All of the services that they offer and how they're able to help people, but they're not able to explain it. So it really just takes me asking the question, what do you do? How do you help people? What is your specialty? You know, what's your specific industry? And then from there, you can develop these detailed write-ups. I truly believe that within a brand, especially a professional brand like commercial real estate industry, there should be detailed write-ups of each of the individual services that you offer, whether it be landlord representation, financial analysis, etc. If you can't explain it to yourself, how can you explain it to somebody else? And once you have that concrete piece of paper, then it's with you, you know, and you can utilize that over and over again. Not to mention it's going to help with your SEO on your website. All right, so concrete representation of the product. All right, extensive service or product list. What I envision when I think of this is if you've ever been to a like an In-N-Out burger or a BurgerFi where they have the pictures on the the thing so you can order. That is what I envision when I see extensive service or product list. Everything that I offer is right in front of me. It's like a menu. It's like, like a NFL football coach, how he's got this little sheet right here. That's your extensive service product list. And then with the detailed write-ups, like I mentioned, and any other relevant materials. Here are a couple of examples of clients that we work with and how they were able to explain their services. So, they broke it up into 5 different categories: acquisition, sale leaseback, build to suit, design build, and brokerage. And for each of these pages, and this is on a website, but this could just as easily have been in a brochure or any other type of marketing collateral. So acquisitions, and then they go into extreme detail. Some of it might feel like Wikipedia, but not everyone's doing this. Not everyone's doing this. All right, here's another example. Another group that chose to, and you can't see all of it, apologies, but investment assets, office, retail, land, apartments, that's how they look at their services. They look at it as more of a broader situation, and it's a product type as opposed to, like a specific service. Here's a great company, BTS Brands, I'm just joking. This is our company. And then here's our service list. And I can't tell you how helpful this has been to us. And I feel like that's part of the reason that I'm passionate about it and I enjoy talking about it and am expressing the importance of having these individual service items with detailed write-ups. Is we have a lot of visitors come to our website and go to these service pages and say, I need it. So if you have this service write-up, put it in front of someone that's a prospective client, it's an opportunity right there. All right, so messaging. Easy to digest snapshot. The end user in mind, meaning whoever's receiving it. Creative and unique. And inspired from product, service, values, culture. Here's some messaging right here of some clients that we work with. And you can see how it ranges a little bit. But it's a simplistic version that's maybe more generalized from what their detailed services are. Okay? And now we're talking about creating a brand, from the beginning to the end. That's really the goal of this course. That's why we're talking about these services. So netting results for triple net investors nationwide. See the play on netting. Here's the value play that a lot of people do is that they're connected, they're reliable, and they're driven. Bang Realty. One firm, nationwide coverage, extraordinary results. So they're trying to differentiate themselves and give out an easy to understand message. Here's some others. All right. Visual representation. I think this is probably the category that most people think of when they think of brand. So first, graphic design. Logo, letterhead, envelopes, any type of marketing collateral. I know a lot of you do that. Flyers, OMs, brochures, presentations, broker opinions, values. That's all branding materials. That's what most people think of when they think of branding. But then you'd also have the multimedia, explainer videos, commercials, photography. Finally, the internet, website, and social media. So this is an example, and I'll give you a quick scenario, and it's not this particular client scenario, but the same client that calls me and says, you know, I want to create a commercial real estate firm, but I don't know what my services are. Well, the first thing is we'd go through that detailed list. How do you help people? But then we'd get some ideas and concept. You know, a lot of people say they're not creative, and that's always very surprising to me, because typically you can pull some inspiration, and good designers can pull inspiration from just a few things, whether it be letters, a color scheme, etc. So, you know, let's say this group right here, LM Real Estate, they say, you know, I want to create a commercial real estate company, and the only thing I know is I want it to be called LM Real Estate. Well, from here, you know, we can take that information. Maybe they say that their favorite colors are, you know, their favorite color is green, and they want an accent of black, and from there we take this and we create a brand from it. So that's your visual representation. All right. Next is channels. So how you access your target market, whether it be virtual. So I think this is maybe a big one right now. Maybe it's become extremely big and maybe it's changing, but the virtual aspect of the channels, so Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, email marketing, website, Zoom, Zoom conferences, this virtual idea of channels. So like once you have your brand, once you have your graphic design, once you have, you know, your brochures and flyers and all your detailed write-ups, what are you going to do with it? You know, where are you going to take it? And that's really the idea behind the channels. Are you going to take it virtual? Well, that's one concept, but in person is another. Everybody's kind of in a channel right now, or at least how I'm trying to explain it right now. Channel is an opportunity for you to get together with like-minded individuals that you can present what your brand is. But the question is do you know what your brand is? Whether you know it or not, you've always been branding yourself. You know, when you put clothes on in the morning, you're branding yourself. Professionally, how are you branding yourself? You know, everyone in this room. And I think Stephanie or Mike mentioned this to me, that a lot of folks in this room might be working for national brokerages, and they might be saying to themselves, well, I'm not going to create a logo. I'm not going to be creating a brand. But there's this content brand. There's this information brand that everyone needs to be able to create so they can bring it to those channels. All right, and then we're going to utilize a marketing plan, which I'll show you during the case study. Next is people, so employees, customers, community, traditional and virtual. I think everybody understands that. And affiliations, associations, and partnership. These are some of the people that make up a brand. Here's the welcome group's information. They had a neat way, I thought, of displaying the people within their company and the history of their company by sharing a bunch of articles and transactions and things that they had done during the 1950s. And then this is, you know, kind of an image of their group. Here's another one. A lot of people take this, this angle, and I'm not necessarily saying it's an angle, but it is a philanthropic angle in that I participate in the community. Our company is concerned with other things besides just making money. I mean, that's a very popular theme for building a community within a company. All right, results, improve, and success. So your brand in action. So this is an opportunity for you not only to display what your brand is, but that you're successful at presenting your brand. So for example, let's say you are a landlord rep. Once you've signed that first lease, once you've, you know, kind of negotiated that big client to come into that office space or that industrial facility, you have a case study. You have proof that you've been successful at doing what you say you were going to do. So that's huge. That's so huge. Proof builds trust and understanding. So it builds trust. People believe that you're going to do what you say you're going to do. But it also builds understanding of the product. So once you actually go through that, you know, it's just hypothetical before it actually happens. Once it actually happens, then you have a real case study of how things are going to work. And then growth and learning opportunities. Where are you going to go from that one result? Are you going to grow? Here are some examples. You know, the clothes, McKinney, right there. That's probably something that was used on social media. The case study, that's probably something a little bit longer that someone would write. And people would utilize this in the following type of way. Hey, yeah, I understand that you're an investment broker in this particular submarket, but what have you done? Oh, yeah, let me send you a couple of case studies of projects that I've worked on. You're more likely to get that deal. Here's another example. I believe, I'm not sure if I can say this, but it's one of Mike's clients, one of our clients also, Keen Realty. Here's a case study that they did on an AutoZone. All right, and then here are some examples of how, you know, sold properties or leased properties would be displayed on a website. And the final piece of this equation is reputation. Like I said, it's like a mirror. It reflects your brand. It's not your brand, but it reflects your brand. It's the brand in the truest sense. May or may not be verbalized or displayed. Your reputation is not always what you hear. You know, the reputation is the perception of other people's, whether they're saying it or not. And don't forget to participate. A lot of people think that they're a victim and that their reputation is based on what other people think and that they have no power in being able to dictate what their reputation is. And the way that you do that is you create client testimonials. You know, you ask people that you've worked with, hey, could you say something nice about me? You know, and here are opportunities. These are people that aren't waiting for people to say what their reputation is. These are people that are kind of charging out and giving examples of how they've been successful. Questions? Questions on what a brand is made of? I know that's a lot of content right there. I'd love some questions. Yes?
How do you build a healthy balance on social media, like being a person, like a real person? Maybe you know, your disposition isn't as business-y. I know that's not a word, but like how do you position yourself on social media, like an Instagram, so to speak? Should that be like business focused, or you know, I try to figure out, all right, LinkedIn is like business, and then Instagram is kind of just me, but I kind of, you know, I like memes and stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good question because I struggle with that also, especially on Instagram. But I would just say, like, do you foresee yourself, one, like making money from Instagram in terms of like, is someone going to take a type of action based upon an Instagram post? No, then, you know, but maybe it could be. Maybe there's a person very similar to you that would be a great, you know, prospect or client for you that's just like, you know, in your situation. Yeah, so, but I think it's time also. I think that's one of the big things I've had to do is just social media can be, which I'm sure a lot of people know, can be a time suck. You know, so yeah, I'm very careful of how, yeah, I do that. Yeah. Cool.
Jordan, can I make a comment? Because I think everybody struggles with that balance. I'm going to give you my opinion. Take it or leave it. I really think that you got to remember anything you do online, I don't care if you delete it 5 seconds later, it's somewhere. So what I try to, because I have personal stuff and business stuff up on social media, and I'm very careful to avoid things that could alienate one group or another. I mean, I already take enough risk with my, you know, Scotch collection on Instagram, but I mean, somebody might be a teetotaler, but I don't post politics, you know, I don't post anything like that because, you know, we live in a society right now that can, you know, cancel you pretty quickly if they don't like what they see. So the balance is, I think people like to know the human being. You know, Mike can tell you about his personal Facebook, you know, getting more attention when they were trying to increase social media engagement. He puts a picture of his family up there, and all of a sudden he's getting a lot more attention because people enjoy that. But anything you put out there, it's out there forever.
Yes. Yes.
George, first, do you have for commercial brokers, a preferred social media outlet, LinkedIn?
Yeah, I mean, the two that we're diligent with is LinkedIn and Instagram.
And then specifically, what is your recommendation to the practitioner of what they do on LinkedIn?
Okay, we'll get. That's a great question. I feel like we'll get into that just a little bit on the marketing plan. But it's going to fall into a few different categories in terms of what you're doing on LinkedIn. So one is developing content. So what are you sharing? Are you connecting with people? I know a lot of people do messaging on LinkedIn. LinkedIn can be such an amazing resource. Yeah, cool. Any questions on this side? At least one on this side. Yeah, there you go.
So I didn't hear you. Do you create a website too? Because you have a company website, but do you create a personal website?
Us, our company?
Or you just do the social media?
So yeah, websites are a huge part of our business. So yeah, we host on our kind of company-wide servers over 200 commercial real estate specific websites. So a lot of these projects that we're talking about right now are, exactly what we've done.
So where do you get the information to create a website or making it attractive to the people on a different kind of a type of property, retails or apartment buildings, or where do you get those information?
So all right, so then I asked that first question is, what do you do? What is your service? And once we identify the service, we'll, in the phrase messaging, we'll kind of define that in further detail. So let's say it's investment sales. What do you do? What is your...
I do mixed-use apartment buildings and medical.
Mixed-use apartment buildings, okay. So, and then what services do you offer within mixed-use and medical buildings? Like how do you help people with...
Just a sale. It's all sales.
So in the sales, okay. So your investment sales in mixed-use and medical. So I would first, in what market? What sub-market?
In Northern California.
Northern California, okay. So I would become an expert in Northern California for those things which you already are, but just expressing it, writing it. So one is we just identify it and then you write it, you put that stuff together, or you can hire a content developer. We help people with that also, in that you're establishing, 5 bullet points on here are the things that are important to me, and then you're developing content based on that. Yeah. Thank you for your question. I appreciate that.
Hey, Jordan, what would you suggest if someone wanted to get started, like, I'd love to do all this, but I can't afford all of it right now? What would you suggest are the first couple steps for people?
So I would say it's free. I'd say rack your brain and ask yourself what you do and put it on paper. And then from there, try to write 2 or 3 paragraphs on each of them, and then continue to build on that content over time. So yeah.
So with LinkedIn, do you have a certain approach that you would recommend for posting, whether it's, I don't know, is it once a week? What I've noticed is like I and other brokers in my area seem so, I don't want to say self-centered, but it's just like what they're doing, and there's not much variety to what their posts are. So do you have any recommendations on variety?
Well, I think just like my general content kind of feedback would be as original as possible, as unique as possible, the better. So like you're telling me that they're a certain type of way and maybe you want to be, produce some type of different content. So I would just say produce content that's important to you and it's important to your clients. So let's say your perfect prospective client is on LinkedIn and you're writing an article and they're clicking on it. What is that article about? And how can you help them? And how can you lead them to that next step of calling you and asking you for your business? So I would just say that, the end user in mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Cool. Any other questions? All right. All right, so we're going to do this 0 to brand case study, which I think is going to be fun and hopefully a little bit interactive. But, okay, Tim, to your question, this is expensive. Well, these are the first 3 parts. So let's say someone comes to BTS Brands, our company, and says, what I've told you before, I want to create a commercial real estate company, but I don't know who I am. These 3 items right here, you can do immediately. As fast as you can work through them, you can do to create your brand. So like you're going to be well beyond your way of creating a brand by doing these 3 things that you can do like that, okay, as fast as you can work. Product service list, messaging, and the visual sensory. You might have to hire a graphic designer, or maybe you're a graphic designer yourself. I don't know. Maybe you can become one. All right, so let's talk startup. Well, we just kind of gave that example of what a startup would look like in terms of what they would need to create. But what are some other examples? What are some other type of groups? You gurus in here that already have all of this stuff together, how can you guys utilize these 3 things right here if you're an established company? Well, you can do an audit. You know, have you ever looked at your brand and said, have you ever reread the content that you wrote 10 years ago and said, maybe I want to update it a little bit. Maybe I want to, you know, add some additional services, or maybe I want to pivot a little bit. Do I, you know, kind of look at what other people are doing in my market and making sure that I'm staying up with the times? So this 0 to brand concept, these are all things, and this is a lot of what we do as a company. So, you know, these can be done immediately. Questions on that? All right, channels. So where are your customers, clients, and community? What is the ideal expression per channel? So like, you know, we're at the Lipsey School of Real Estate. You know, that's our channel, so that's where our community is. We're in our community right now. So what's the ideal expression of your brand within this community? So it might be different in this atmosphere as it might be in the atmosphere of a prospective client. But what is your expression through that channel that you're going down? Okay, and now we're going to get into a marketing plan. This is something really neat that we actually use. This one's not filled out. I want to actually see it. This one's not filled out. But, okay, Mike, you were asking about LinkedIn and content to post. This really keeps us on schedule. So here are all of the main types of channels and or like outbound activities that we will do online and or in person. All of these channeled items. All right, so you can see them on the bottom in the keys. So here are some of our big ones: social media, emails, blog articles, holiday posts are awesome, announcements, content offerings, paid campaigns, and events. And then you'll see that you can actually type. They're all color coordinated, and they connect to the calendar that's right above it. You know, it says 1 through 7, so you can update it depending upon what the month is. And then you can add each of those items. This keeps you on schedule. And if you'll notice, there's 4 tabs at the top. And you can kind of go back and forth like this. But this helps us look at our goals on an annual level. You know, because here's the problem that we had, and here's the problem that a lot of people have, is they sporadically market. They don't have a plan when it comes to marketing. And this helps with that plan. It helps with the plan not only, okay, today I'm going to post this, or next week I'm going to post this, or I know what my theme is going to be in the month of December for marketing within my company. You know, how many people can say that in this room? That's actually a great question. How many people know what their marketing plan is going to look like in December? Okay. All right. But would it be a good idea to consider is a question. Yeah. Yeah. I think it might help with planning. It certainly helps with us. Because here's what I like to do. I like to automate things. I like to make my life as easy as possible. And if I can plan things out, I'm more likely to automate. And this is the way that you do it, by establishing what are the items that we're going to do in terms of outbound marketing. We're going to put them on a calendar, and we're going to follow through. So quarterly direction. And what's like, you know, let me give an example. So the month of July, Steph, we were just talking about, so in July, what is our theme?
Well, there's a few things because we have like 4th of July. In regards to products, we wanted to hit templates.
Yes.
And some of our products to make them more automated.
So it's 4th of July, so we want this theme of, what is it, fireworks, barbecue. You know, we want to get in that vibe. But another concept that came up is, okay, ICSC, like we missed an opportunity because we really focused and geared our marketing towards like people who may be going to ICSC. you know? So it's like those are things that I can plan out. And, but that's a concept, and then it's just like one thing that leads to others. Like, okay, we're going to have this theme. We're going to connect these products. This is going to be like that. All right, and this is on an annual level. And then finally, some holiday. So, you know, and this is a sheet that we distribute, and we want to have it ready the month before. So the goal would be, it's the, all right, so at this point in your zero to brand case study, you can see the bird, because the bird has taken off, the bird reputation. These are the ongoing items. And the question is are you staying true to your initial vision, or has your visions changed? When everyone in this room decided to get into the, we're going to place the scale. You know, are you at an automated place where you can grow your team? These are all questions to ask. And then finally, my favorite item, can you automate? So thank you so much for letting me speak to you all about brand today. Here's my contact information. Certainly get in touch with me. I'd love if you email Steph, she'll send you that marketing plan when it's ready. You can get her email information. Feel free to connect with me also. And I'd also like to open it up to any questions that anyone might have. Yes?
In the talk before, people said, hey, you don't have money for all this ballpark costing on stuff, just so people have a reference for where you're at.
I mean, it depends how you do it. If you, I mean, like I said, a lot of this stuff, I started, you know, my first company, ML Jordan, in 2013 with no money. And I outsourced everything overseas to freelancers. But the situation with that is how much involvement are you going to have? How many of these things can you do? If you can do a lot, it's going to be cheap. If you can't do much and you need a lot of vision, then it might be more expensive. Ballpark numbers, I don't know. We're very cost competitive. If you go to like an agency that's within your city, it's going to be extremely important or expensive. So it might be $20,000 for a website. You know, our websites they range from like, you know, $2,000 to $5,000 are our average size websites. So it just depends which agency you're going to use. Yeah.
You do a number of property websites where a broker has a listing, it's a big enough listing that you develop a website just for that one property?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
And is that $2,000 to $5,000 kind of?
So that would be like I would consider that a landing page, which would be $2,950, and that would essentially be an offering memorandum. That would be, all of that content would be on the website and any additional information because there's really no limits as it relates to posting content online. But yeah, typically that looks like an offering memorandum.
What would be the monthly fee?
The monthly fee for our service?